where would you put us? Like, because we say we're not flat earthers, but would you?
What are you then? What shape is the Earth? If you're not flat Earth, you're definitely a flat Earther, Bub.
We
Knock
just
it off.
we just live.
You're
in
an
reality.
infinite plane guy. You're
Pardon?
a flat is level, level is horizontal bullshit.
Level is horizontal. Yeah, you've got me on that one.
Which means that it's a flat infinite plane. So you're a flat earther.
What? Which
He didn't say that.
No, it has to be. It has to be in order for level to be horizontal all the time. It has to be a plane.
What? Sorry.
So you
the only shape.
If level is horizontal, it's an infinite plane.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, it
has to be.
That's the only shape
it has to be.
That's the only shape it can be.
Is that why you think level isn't horizontal?
No, level isn't horizontal because the Earth isn't flat.
If level is horizontal, it's an infinite plane.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, it has to be.
That's the only shape
it has to be.
That's the only shape it can be.
You're full of shit. You haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Yes, you are.
I am.
Double thin clouds of mine. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion and filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit.
Excellent. So the surface is a two-dimensional
There are
object.
those who will never see the gift of low gas that was given to me. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
If level is horizontal, it's an infinite plane.
It has to be.
Yeah, it has to be.
That's the only shape that
It has to be.
That's the only shape it can be. The 95% has self-selected to ignore reality, and therefore there's a larger percentage of crazy people in that percentage.
That horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just spout your logic at me. I'm still talking.
It's the way I understand it, it tends to be a logistical problem because he lives like he has to drive 2 miles to get there from his home, and so there's a lot of time that's wasted in just getting to and from the spot.
2 miles, eh?
Yeah,
Does
well, I guess I don't know what average speeds are there in the UK. For here, a 2 mile drive would basically be about 100 miles. But
Here we go. There you go, paid NASA. Please behave.
Well, it depends. Is SE Montreal going to say this normal stupid shit?
that's not a good start for behaving, paid NASA show.
I'm asking a question. It's a serious question.
Have you
He
got
can't
any?
help himself.
Have you got any
He can't.
help to come in, or are you doing this solo?
Well, I don't need help.
You don't need any help.
I don't need help. No.
Okay,
I need help.
Can we start off with them, please, with a subject matter? Have you got anything you would like to talk about?
No, what are you guys talking about? What's the genius here on the server today?
Well, we were talking about the mental condition of some of the people we think are around here.
Oh yeah, did you start with yourself and SE or no?
Well, yeah, we always do that every day.
Oh,
we
okay.
check on ourselves, but we also like to keep a check on the other ones. What's your opinion of Jose's new direction with the artwork?
It's interesting. I'm not a huge art fan. It's interesting.
That's what we were saying. Interesting. Now,
You see the one? Do you see the one of Mabbott? I think that's actually pretty good.
did you last night? He did a topless drawing of Brian Leakey. Now, surely that's not a mentally stable person that does that, is it?
What? You think Leakey is mentally stable?
No, the person that's drawing pictures of him in crayons.
Oh, well, what's wrong with crayons? You don't like the medium? I got it. I think you picked crayons as a... I don't know. You have to ask Jose. He's the artist.
Yeah, you get a food group in there as well at the same time, don't you? Double usage. And the other one we're worried about is Rumpus and George.
Well, George's house burned down. You probably should be concerned about him. I haven't talked to him since.
Well, we do know that. Yeah, we have been over that.
Only talked to him once since his house burned down. He seemed to be accepting it.
Yeah, accepting it.
Well, you know the stages of grief, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
that's why I'm having to leave him alone. He keeps messaging me all the time.
Like I said, I've only talked to him once, and he seemed to be at the acceptance stage.
So you're okay then? The community. What about Sean? Is Sean okay?
I don't know about Sean. He seems a little bit. He's always seemed a little bit out there.
You're not having a get together after his video. Team
No,
Globe.
Sean.
Did you not have a huddle?
No, we don't do that. You guys do that. We don't.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
Get all the priests together.
No,
Well,
that's
Rumpus
what
is
you guys
actually
do.
missing, isn't he?
I haven't seen Rumpus in a couple of days. Maybe he's off actually doing something. I don't know. Maybe he got tired of banging his head against the walls talking to you guys and decided to do it to something else for a while.
Leave it for you.
Well, I don't know. I can leave
Is
it.
that why you're here? You've come in here.
I'm just here to see what you numpties are talking about today.
We're talking about the mental condition of most of your guys. Are you ever worried about the mental condition of anyone on your side? I take it we're doing sides, are we? Is that the way you like to go? Yeah.
Not particularly, but if you want to play sides, you can
it's
play
all right.
sides.
No. I mean,
I would say that there are more crazy people on the flat Earth side, definitely.
on the flat Earth side.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
What about those people that just live in reality? What about them? How many
Well,
crazy
see,
people would you say in that?
if you're flat Earther, you're not living in reality, but that's another issue.
So, of the when you put the sides of the percentages of everything, right? And you'd have. Do you have the 95%? I mean, that's what Rumpus was speaking for the other day. Are you in that 95%?
I would say it's even higher than that, but
right.
Yeah, I'd say the majority of people understand that the Earth is not flat. Only a small minority of you special chosen people understand that.
But you
How
still
many
think
times
there's
have
more.
we said that it's not flat?
No, but he thinks there's more
What do you mean it's
mental
not flat?
cases on the side
Is it a sphere?
that has the lowest percentage of people.
If it's not flat, what shape is it?
Who gives a shit about a shape?
Can
Oh,
we
you
just
mean who
deal
gives
with
a shit about
the
shape?
numbers first, please, before we start getting round to geometric mathematical things?
I thought you were here with Bev and Mr. Infinite Plane.
You've got you've got two groups of people, right? Because that's the way you're doing it. You're dividing it 95% to 5%. But you think there's more mental cases in the smaller group
Yes.
than there is in the 95%
Yeah.
of people.
Definitely as a percentage. I think the 5% have self-selected themselves.
Sorry?
The 95%
Yeah.
have self-selected to ignore reality, and therefore there's a larger percentage of crazy people in that percentage.
In the 95%.
No, in the 5%.
All right. Well, in that percentage, where would you put us? Like, because we say we're not flat earthers, but would you?
What are you then? What shape is the Earth? If you're not flat Earth, you're definitely a flat Earther, Bev.
We
Knock
just
it off.
we just live.
You're
in
an infinite
reality.
plane guy. You're a
Pardon?
flat is level, level is horizontal bullshit.
Level is horizontal. Yeah,
Yeah,
you've
which
got
means
me on that one.
Which means that it's a flat infinite plane. So you're a flat Earther.
What? Which
He
what
didn't
means
say
it's
that.
I didn't
No, it
say
has
that.
to be. It has to be in order for level to be horizontal all the time. It has to be a plane.
What? Sorry.
Hang on, so you
The only shape.
say that if level is horizontal, it's an infinite plane.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, it
It
has,
has to be.
That's the only shape.
Because it has to be.
That's the
Is
only
that
shape
why?
it can
Is
be.
that why you think level isn't horizontal?
No, level isn't horizontal because the Earth isn't flat.
Because your model's getting in the way.
Actually, the model is. That's one of the proofs of the model, but okay.
Because it can't be.
What do you mean it can't be?
You mean like it level is horizontal, right? Means it has to be an infinite plane. But for you to have your model, level can't be horizontal. Would that be a more accurate statement to say?
Well, see, you're mistaken in thinking that level is horizontal. That's your basic malfunction right there.
Yeah, but do you have a reason why level isn't horizontal?
Level isn't horizontal because your other problem comes in. The next step is that all horizontals are parallel.
They are parallel to the plane
they're
of the
not.
horizon. Yeah, they are.
But
That
they're
wasn't
not.
the reason that Bev asked for either.
Yeah.
I understand that.
So come on, answer the question. Do yourself a favour.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, is that he's asking bit by bit, and I don't.
I'm just asking you for a reason why level isn't horizontal, because it is. It's observably.
But then your next step is that
Provably.
Practically. All levels are parallel. All horizontals are parallel.
They are. There's a logical statement. Yeah, there is. There's a rock solid logical statement.
Yeah, but do you have any facts, any evidence to back that up?
Yeah,
other than
all
logic.
Horizontals
other than logic, do you have any
to the plane of the horizon?
No. See, that's the problem, though, is that reality disagrees with you.
Okay, can you show me?
Say other than logic?
Yeah, other than logic. See, logic is nice, but logic, you need facts in order to back things up. You can logically prove yourself anything almost.
Can you show us where a horizontal isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon?
I can show you where two parallels, two horizons, or two horizontals are not parallel to each other.
You can show me.
Sure.
Go on.
You do. You pick one there in England. I pick one here in the United States. We're not parallel.
Both of those would be parallel to the plane of the horizon, right?
No, we're not. But they're not parallel to each other.
But they would be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
But they're not parallel to each other.
How do you know that?
Can you prove that?
Sure.
Prove it.
Go on.
Sure. What would you accept?
Proof.
What kind of proof? Tell me what proof you'd accept.
Your proof.
Try a logical proof.
Astound us with your proof.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to accept my proof, though.
Well, give us it.
You just said you can prove it.
You'll leave it up to us to decide.
Well, see,
surely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
prove it.
Okay. Well, you have to start with.
Assuming something. Okay.
Oh, without assuming something, huh? So without showing you that, that the Earth is a sphere, huh? Just based on that data right there, just based on that, I have to prove.
Yeah, because that's a begging the question.
No, it's not begging the
That's a
question.
fallacious statement.
Stop swerving.
Yes, it
Where's
is.
your proof, Paige?
Scrap.
Come on.
Scrap,
You
calm
should
down.
give us
The
a
Earth is
proof.
sphere. Here we go. I have proof that
Come
the
on.
Earth is not an infinite plane.
Let's
Therefore,
see
all
your
horizontals.
proof that
Okay, hold on a second.
horizontals are not parallel, please.
Here it is. Hold on. Here we go. There we go. Right there. All parallel.
Yeah, but that's a straw man.
All horizontals not parallel to each other.
That's a straw man.
That's a ball.
That's right.
Well, it's just a
That's
circle,
the Earth.
really. It's a circle with some.
That's the Earth taken from Apollo
No, that's
17
a circle.
on a real film and real camera. So the Earth isn't a plane.
Where's
so.
the horizontal on that?
And how is this your proof? Did you take this picture?
Oh, so I have to take a picture.
Can you just draw us a horizontal on there, please?
Well, see, the thing is, horizontal is a relative position. That's
It's
the
your
thing you don't realize.
proof that
You don't realize that
horizontals
horizontal is relative.
not parallel.
You have to
Please.
realize that horizontals are parallel to each other. See, if you were there, you're in the Sinai. You can see
Showing
the
us
Sinai
a
there.
picture of a circle isn't
you're seeing
really
the
proof
Sinai,
that horizontals
and you're down here in
aren't
South
parallel,
Africa,
is
you
it?
can see that those two horizontals aren't parallel.
But Paid Nasser Shill, showing us a picture of a circle does
It's not a
not
What do you mean, showing you a
that
picture?
horizontals are not
Sure it does.
parallel. That's
Sure
one
it
of
does.
the worst bits of
No, sure it does.
proof I've ever seen in my life.
Well, okay, like I said, what proof will you accept then?
Proof? I mean, like, give us a
Proof
bit
that's
better than that.
not a begging the question.
But show us
Nothing
a
is question.
horizontal in your proof, please. Don't, not
you
show us
can't-
any horizontals in the proof that horizontals aren't parallel.
Well, you could draw any horizontal. You could
Go on
be here
then,
in
show
Yemen.
us it, please.
Oh no, look. I mean, put yourself here in Yemen. See where Yemen is on this, and you draw a
Yemen.
horizontal there,
That'd be Yemen.
and put yourself over here in South Africa, and draw a horizontal there. You can see that those two horizontals are not parallel.
Do you have any proof that's not a fallacious argument?
This isn't fallacious.
Nah, he's just trolling. He knows he has.
Uh-huh.
So, like I said, what proof will you accept? You want what
You
proof?
don't,
Anything
want?
that's
dude, you
not
don't know
fallacious.
what proof
Oh, anything
is.
that's not fallacious. Well, this is proof. I'm sorry that we live on a globe.
No, it's not. That's a
Sugar
fallacious
Cookie's got a
argument.
good one
We
there.
live
Do you
on a
like
globe.
that one? Is that proof that we live that horizontals aren't parallel as well?
I don't understand what he's looking at, but okay.
It's a picture of like a circle, shaded though. I mean, he's a two-dimensional circle. Isn't really proof that.
So I mean, what proof would you
horizontals aren't
accept? I mean,
parallel.
So other than the proof that you assert that all horizontals are parallel, what proof do you have?
Well,
Oh,
we have the
both are
logical
two.
proof. We have.
Well, see, you don't have any evidence to back it up.
We have the geometric proof, many of them, and
I
we
just
also
disproved you geometrically.
we also have the practical proof
I see.
that level is horizontal. So
I see.
so that's
So
it.
basically
We have many logical proofs.
Logical
we have many
proofs, but no
geometric
science
proofs, and we also have many practical proofs. But
Uh-huh.
you deny every one of them.
Well, because
ya?
you're bullshit.
Show us a
You know they're
picture.
You
bullshit.
show us a picture.
Yeah, it's a picture taken from astronauts in real film on a real camera. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
proving that we live on a
And
on a
that
sphere.
outdoes logical proofs, geometric proofs,
Yeah,
and
because
practical
your
proofs.
logic
does it?
your logic has led you to a false conclusion
What is that false conclusion?
that you live on an infinite plane,
Nobody said that. We just said
Yes,
level
you
is
did.
horizontal.
which means an infinite plane.
You said that. We
Oh, I
said
see.
level
I see,
is
I see.
horizontal.
Well, I just showed you that all levels aren't horizontal and all levels are not parallel to each other
How did you show us
because
that?
we live on the globe.
Right.
What about the fact that you
It
believe
doesn't
in
see the
liars?
circular reasoning there at all, does
Not
it?
circular reasoning. You guys have circular reasoning.
Yeah, of
You
course.
assume that all horizontals are parallel without real proof of it.
We
Just
don't
it's an
assume
assumption you
it.
make.
We know it.
No, you're assuming it. You haven't proved it.
Yeah, we have.
No, you haven't.
I have. I've proved it to myself
You
multiple
proved it to yourself,
times.
of course.
That's
I know,
why I
I know.
can be absolutely
I know.
certain
You've
when I'm
deluded
talking
yourself.
to you
You
that
deluded
I know
yourself.
what I'm talking about.
You deluded yourself, but you haven't proven it.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
You've asserted it without proof.
really is, man.
So you just deny logic.
It's not logic. It's an assertion without proof. He has no proof that all horizontals are parallel to each other. He's asserted it.
You realize that you believe this because some guys lied to you about what they took a picture of?
Actually, they didn't lie, but nice try.
Oh, yeah. You have proof of that?
Yeah.
Here's the picture. just to demonstrate his circular reasoning.
It's not
Nice
my.
you
see my proof? Do you see my proof of
my
cloud
reasoning is circular. My reasoning is circular when your reasoning is all horizontals are parallel, therefore all horizontals are parallel, therefore.
Oh, that's logic.
No, that's not logic. That's an assertion
Then
without
that's
proof.
Provable, demonstrable, repeatable.
No, it's not. Sorry. You
Yeah,
haven't
it is.
proven that all.
Hey.
No, you have not proven. You've
Here it
asserted
is.
it.
Here it is.
You've asserted it
No.
without logic. You've asserted it without proof.
Logic. Without
The big
logic.
You've asserted it without proof.
Move to go out and push this shit, have they?
You've asserted it without proof. Sorry.
In your opinion.
To humanity, sir. You really are.
I know you are. But
You are-
let's not
is this
descend
Mabbit?
into name calling. You know
is
that's
this
where he
Mabbit?
wants to take it.
Who's this? Oh, this is Mabbit.
Right, so
Why don't you
please,
scream at me a
let's
while,
let's not
Why don't
encourage
you
him
scream a bit? That'll make
into
it.
this absolutely ridiculous
Scream
stuff.
at me. I need to be screamed at by Mabbit in order to make it false. That would make it really true if Mabbit screams.
Yeah.
You are a disgrace.
You were screaming earlier. You were screaming
I
earlier
would
about some other
request
stuff.
if you
Screaming at me, please.
Please stick to the subject.
No, I mean if Mabbit
You're
screams it,
beginning
you know
to
it's true.
sound a little bit
childish.
If
yeah.
Mabbit screams it, you know it's true. So I mean that would prove it to me.
Prove what? I mean, you
It'll
have a
prove that
really weird understanding of proof, if you ask me.
Oh,
You've got
I mean, Mabbit
pictures and you
screaming
want
stuff.
people to scream stuff at you.
Yeah, Mabbit.
Where-
If Mabbit
which-
screams
which-
stuff, then you know it's true.
Which school did you learn that from?
Well, the school of flat Earth logic. Apparently, when Mabbit screams something, that makes it true.
Was it in a Discord server that you learned that?
Well, you know, the school of Flurf logic is difficult to understand. Apparently, if you scream
Has
something, that
Ranty
makes
been
it.
teaching you that?
If Ranty, I try to stay away. I try to stay away from Ranty.
So where did you learn Flurf logic?
From one of your other priests, from Nathan Oakley. He's another screamer. Apparently, the louder you are, the more true things
Brilliant. Nathan's not
Right.
here.
Can you grow up and stick with the facts, dude?
are. Nathan's here, but Brian Mabbit, the other screamer's here. So I mean, if you would
I'm not
scream it,
talking about people.
why don't
okay?
you
Stop
scream it
talking about
too?
people.
Go ahead and scream. That makes it true.
I'm not screaming. You're talking about people. You're not dealing with the subject.
That's all he can do, isn't
Grow
it?
up.
He can't deal with the subject.
I could deal with the subject. You've made an assertion without proof. Prove to me that all horizontals are parallel to each other, please. Mathematically.
Do
Mathematically.
you even understand what horizontal means?
Yeah, do you?
Shut up. Apparently you don't.
I do.
Can I?
The problem is
Can
that
I do this? Do
horizontals
you
are
want me
not-
to do this?
All
then?
horizontals are not parallel to each
Do
other.
you want me to do this then?
Oh, please try.
Okay. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, thus making all horizontals parallel to each other. Now that's
that's an assertion
founded
without proof.
within Euclidean geometry.
But we
you can,
don't
you
live
can go
in
and look it
Euclidean
up,
geometry.
but you can check mathematically for the definition of horizontal if you want. You will find in there it states
assertion.
that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon,
If we
thus
live on a plane.
making the horizon, one, a plane, a two-dimensional
If we
shape,
live on a plane,
and
Beth.
two, making all horizontals parallel to it, proving
If we live
that
on a
all
plane.
horizontals are parallel to each other mathematically.
If we live on a plane. You forget that part.
If horizontals are
If we
parallel
live on
to
a
the
plane.
plane of the horizon,
If we live on a
that's
plane.
the antecedent.
If we live on a plane.
No,
that's the
that's
part you
not
always
it. That's
forget.
not in
That is
the
necessary,
logic.
actually.
No,
yeah,
it's
it
not.
is. It must be.
No, the statement is if horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other.
If we live on a plane.
Are you claiming that we don't use Euclidean geometry? Are you claiming that we don't use it?
Well, Euclidean geometry is fine on a plane.
Yeah. Are you claiming that they don't use Euclidean geometry to measure Earth?
They use Euclidean, but they also.
Euclidean
You ever heard of a spherical
geometry
excess?
Is,
You've never heard of spherical excess, have you?
Chill.
Why would they use
Euclidean geometry is fine if we live on a plane. Your surveyors use the Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, with spherical excess.
Bam.
Therefore, we must live on a plane.
Yeah,
Bam.
but spherical excess, SE? You understand what spherical?
That's triangles with more
start
than
with
180 degrees.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Well, hang on,
That
hang
doesn't
on.
happen.
He
Yeah, we
says
got those.
spherical access. So when
we
surveyors
got
go out,
those. Yeah,
He said spherical-
we have triangles more than 180 degrees. I showed you one the other day.
Hang on, who said it's a calculation that's added after the fact?
That was the guy from
That was
Maine.
me. I thought they did that. I thought they did that.
The guy from Maine.
Yes.
So the actual surveying is done without spherical excess. It
Seems
is
to
added
be, yeah.
after the fact, apparently, according to your guy from Maine.
Here's a map that shows 183
why are you running, Shield?
degrees.
Why are you running
Don't
away?
I don't know.
put
I
that
don't know
on
much about
again.
surveying.
It's wrong.
It's not wrong. Sorry.
It is definitely
sorry.
wrong. You
No,
can't
sorry.
have triangles with more than 180 degrees.
Right there. There's 183 degrees.
Dude.
183 degrees.
I'd be ashamed if I was you.
I'm
who
not ashamed.
was it that
You should
showed-
be ashamed because here's a 183 degree triangle, and you're telling me it's not.
Who was
Your
it
argument
that
is
showed you that?
No, my argument is this is 183 degrees. Your argument is
who
no.
Who was it that showed you that?
It's a flight map. You can get it yourself. See 183 degrees there on a triangle?
Yeah, have you tried measuring those angles?
Yeah, it's 183 degrees. You can calculate it. No problem.
Measured. Have you tried measuring?
Yeah, but look at it. See, you can measure them. Like, look at the radians going out. You know how to do that? Can you do subtraction?
You just look at it. You don't have to measure it, man.
Yeah.
You can
Wrote some
calculate
numbers,
it.
so just
know,
look at it.
Do you know how to do subtraction?
Looks
I
like a
know
60 triangle. to me.
I know how a protractor works, so
So
yes.
it's 52, 61, 60.
I know how a
65
protractor
degree
works. Do
triangle, I
you?
think. That adds up to 183
Hey,
degrees.
Nasser Shield, do you know how
That's a
to use
57,
protractor?
61, 65, actually.
Do you
You know
know
how
how
to
to
do
use a
subtraction?
protractor?
Do you know how to do subtraction?
Do you know how to use a protractor?
Do you know how to do subtraction?
Absolutely. Do you know how
Okay,
to
then
use a
you should be able
protractor?
then you should be able to
Do
calculate
you
these
know
angles.
how to use a protractor?
If you can do subtraction, you don't need to use a protractor unless you can do subtraction.
In order to measure angles, you do. Yes.
No, not necessarily, because you're given the direction of both of the sides. You can calculate the
You
angles.
measure
You can do that.
angles.
Yeah. Do you see how? Can you do subtraction, Bev?
If your total sum there was correct, those lines wouldn't be straight.
They are straight though.
They'd have to be straight for
Well,
measuring
they are
angles,
straight.
DP.
So there you have a 180 degree triangle.
Yeah, but you forget that it's over the surface of a what? A sphere. Thank you. So they can be at more than 180 degrees. This is
But
a
you've got straight
demonstration.
lines there. You've got straight lines there. So
Yeah,
it's a
straight lines.
180 degree. It's a 180 degree triangle.
183 degree
You've just
triangle.
written 183 degrees in the
Actually,
middle.
calculate yourself. Calculate yourself.
You know
Figure
how
out
to
the
use
angles of two
tractor.
sides. Figure out the
They're
angles of two sides.
straight.
Can you
They
do
are
subtraction?
straight lines.
Can
Shield.
you do
They
subtraction?
are straight lines. It's a 180
Can
degree.
you do
It's a 180 degree
subtraction?
triangle with
Wow.
straight lines.
Um,
You're an idiot.
no, sir, you are. You don't understand spherical geometry.
You have a triangle with 3 straight lines, and you have just written 183 degrees in the
you can-
middle because
Hello,
you
sir.
feel like it.
Oh no, because you calculate the angles of those three angles, and what? There's
Which
65.
are straight lines, which is a 180-degree triangle. Are you
Not on the
mental? Are
sphere.
you really
No,
this mental?
Are you mental? Have you
It's on
never
a
studied?
piece of. It's
Hello,
on a
sir.
piece of paper.
Yeah,
it's
which
not
is
on a
a
sphere, is it?
projection of a
It's
globe.
a 180-degree triangle with
You understand
three
the aeronautical
straight
charts are
lines filled.
projections of the
You're
globe, right?
mental.
No,
you
sir,
are
you
mental. You have just written 183 degrees.
No, actually,
in
I
the middle of the
calculated
triangle
183 degrees.
because
You
you
can do
feel
it too.
like it.
No,
It's
can
on
you
a piece
do
of
one person
can you
talking,
do subtraction, sir? Can you do
Can we just get
subtraction?
one person, please?
Can you do subtraction?
Oh, dude.
Chills.
Yes,
What time do you
everybody
have
in here
Okay,
can
then
do
calculate the
subtraction.
angles. Did I
Stop
did I
being
calculate
such a dick.
Did I calculate the angles
NASA,
incorrectly?
stop being such a dick.
Did I calculate the angles incorrectly?
Does everybody that's paid NASA shill act as dickish as you?
Did I?
Or is
when
it,
you're, when you're
is it
accusing me
just
of
you?
lying,
Are you
Bev,
working
Bev,
for all
if
of
you're-
NASA? Is this
Bev,
how
if
you
you're-
are
Bev,
representing?
If you're going to accuse me, Bev, you're
Are
accusing
you
me of lying.
representing NASA
Bev,
here?
you are accusing me of
Are
lying.
you
Did I-
representing
did
NASA
I
here?
calculate the angles incorrectly?
Are you representing NASA
Did I
here?
calculate the angles incorrectly?
Are you representing NASA
Hello,
here?
Bev, did I calculate the angles
Are
incorrectly?
you representing NASA
Did I
here?
calculate the angles incorrectly?
Yes, you are. This is a really bad
Did I
showing
calculate the angles
for
incorrectly?
NASA. I really hope
Bev,
NASA have
I
better
asked a simple
representatives
question,
than you.
Josh,
It's a very simple
try
question,
to
Bev.
like an adult, please.
Hello,
You can't
you're
be
accusing
an
me of lying.
adult.
Bev
He's
is accusing me
not
of
an
lying.
adult.
Bev
No,
is
I'm
and
accusing
Bev
you
and
of
DP.
lying.
All right,
I'm
okay, fine.
accusing you of lying.
Did
I'm
I
saying
calculate?
you're a fucking liar.
Did
Because
I
they
calculate?
are three straight lines.
Did I
And
calculate?
you have just written 180 degrees,
No, sir.
183
Sir.
degrees
Sir.
in the middle because
Shut
you
up.
feel
Listen
like
to me.
it.
Listen. No, I did
No,
not.
I will not
You
shut up.
calculate the angles
That is a
incorrect.
three straight line
Calculate the
triangle,
angles
and
yourself.
you have just written
Can you?
183 degrees in the middle because you feel like it.
No, moron.
Because
Listen.
you're an idiot.
Moron. No, sir, you are. Calculate
You
the angles
said
yourself.
you admitted
Calculate
that
the
those
angles
are
yourself.
straight lines.
Calculate
Chills.
the angles
You
yourself.
admitted that those are straight lines
Calculate.
in
Of course,
that
they're straight lines.
triangle.
Yes.
Straight line
Calculate the
triangles
angles.
add up to 180
No,
degrees.
not on a sphere.
You've
They do
written
not.
183 degrees
Can you
in the middle
let him
because you
talk?
No, I
feel
won't let
like
him talk because he's talking bullshit. He can calculate the angles himself.
Because you're full of shit, you idiot.
Calculate the angles yourself, sir.
You said it's a straight line triangle.
Calculate the
A
angles
straight
yourself.
line triangle can
Oh my
only
gosh,
have
let him explain
180
his
degrees.
On a flat plane. That's correct. It's just demonstration that we are not on a flat
You
plane.
said it's a straight line triangle.
Yeah, but
So
straight line
therefore-
triangles on a
Therefore, you have
sphere.
taken that from a
Straight
flat
line
plane.
on a
You're an
sphere.
idiot, Chills.
Straight angles on a sphere.
You're lost. You have admitted it's a
How do you
straight
have
line
straight lines
triangle.
on
Shut
a
up.
sphere?
Calculate the angles yourself.
You've admitted it's a straight line triangle.
On a sphere.
How do you put straight lines on a sphere,
sphere.
dumbass?
You
Easily.
fucking
You
idiot.
draw straight lines on a sphere.
Oh, shit.
How do you put straight lines on a sphere?
You draw them with a marker or something.
On a
Dude,
sphere?
Yeah, sure.
come on.
Oh my gosh. He rejects reality.
No.
Straight line triangle, and you've just written 183 degrees in the middle
no,
because
sir.
you feel
No,
like
sir.
it.
I calculated the angles. Can you do them yourself? Do you not subtract? Do I need to school you on
Chills.
subtraction?
It's a straight line triangle.
Do I
You
need?
said so
Do I need to
yourself.
calculate?
You said
Do
so
I need to
yourself.
calculate? Do I need to
A
school you?
straight line triangle can only
God,
have
will you fucking listen to
180
me for a
degrees.
change? Not
No,
honest,
I won't because you're full of shit.
No, you're full of shit, sir. You don't understand that
You've
this
got
is
a
a
straight
demonstration.
line triangle and just
This
written
is a
183 degrees
demonstration
in the
that the Earth
middle.
is not
You're an
flat.
idiot.
No, you are, sir, because you are.
A straight line triangle is a
You're
demonstration that
neglecting-
the Earth is not flat. Whoever
correct.
claimed the Earth was.
Hold on first.
Yes, you have
What
obviously.
about the fact that he said you put a straight line on a sphere?
Yeah,
that,
we
that
can.
is a contradiction of terms.
No, you can't.
You
sorry.
cannot put a straight line on a sphere.
Yes, you can.
Spheres curve in
All
every
right,
direction.
come on. Wait a minute, Scrat. Please do not
Well, see,
shout
you've
at
misun-
paid NASA shill.
No, you see, that's the thing, though. If you shout, that makes it more.
No,
it makes
he's
it more
he's
true.
getting upset because he's hearing somebody say
people-
something
Yeah, he's getting upset
really
because
stupid.
He's getting upset because his little brain can't understand the straight lines on the
Yeah,
sphere.
but what he doesn't realize at the minute
No,
is this is how you have to get out of it, NASA.
What do you mean I have to get out of it?
We know that you're full of shit. You haven't got a
I'm
clue
not
what
full
you're
of shit,
talking
sir.
about. Yes, you are.
I am. See, the problem is I'm not lying here. You can calculate these angles yourself if you know how. Can you subtract?
Using a straight line triangle with
Can you please-
183 degrees
That's correct.
just written in the middle. Nice.
No,
one.
that's not. But that 183 degrees, sir, is the addition of the three angles of the triangle, which guess what? Add up to 183
It's a
degrees.
straight line triangle, Shields. It
On a
can't add up to
sphere.
183 degrees.
Yes, it can,
You're
on
an
a sphere.
idiot.
No, sir,
You
are.
just admitted it's a straight line triangle. You can't have
On
straight
a
lines on the surface of
sphere.
a sphere.
Yes, you can.
You're a clown, Shields.
No, sir, you are.
No,
You don't understand. You don't understand spherical geometry.
Oh, whatever.
Can I ask you a question without you talking? Can I ask you a question without you talking, please? How do you put a straight line on a curving surface?
Straight. You either deviate left nor right. Straight ahead.
No, it's curving.
No, it's not. It's going
How do
straight.
you put a straight? A sphere curves in every direction.
But it doesn't curve left or right.
How do you put a straight line on it?
Does it curve left or right?
It curves in every direction. It curves in every direction.
It curves left and right?
It curves equally in every direction.
Actually, no, it doesn't curve left or right. It goes straight ahead.
A sphere
Then you don't know what a
curves
sphere is.
equally
Yes,
in
I do.
every
You do not.
direction.
I understand.
Well, I do know one thing. Next time you need a wall built, please call me because I can save a shit ton of money. I'll just follow the contours of the land and tell you straight wall. Just look at it from this angle. It's straight.
Yeah.
Well, see, if I wanted a curved wall, I would have asked you for one, though.
Oh, no, I would just follow the contours of the land and you just look at it from one angle and I'd say straight there. Look at it that way.
Okay, I'll go ahead and see if that works for you.
No, it
Maybe
works
time-
for you. That's what you're saying.
No, see that what I'm saying is that this triangle here proves to you that the Earth is not flat because it adds up to more than 180 degrees.
A straight line triangle.
On a sphere.
You can't have straight lines on
You
a
don't have
sphere.
straight lines.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't, Shields.
If an ant would walk straight on a
A
sphere,
sphere curves equally in every direction. Do you
But
not know
the
basic
line on a
geometry?
do you not know spherical geometry? Obviously not, because you're.
Well, obviously, I do, because you can't have a
Yes, you
straight
can.
line on the surface of a sphere.
Yes,
it
you can.
curves equally in every direction.
And actually, no, it doesn't curve left or right. It goes
Oh, it
straight
doesn't
ahead.
curve equally in
Nope.
every direction, no.
But doesn't a straight line on a sphere does not curve left and right. It goes a
It doesn't
specific
curve
direction.
equally in every direction.
It doesn't curve left or right, sir. It just goes straight ahead.
Oh, Shields.
Go straight ahead.
You've
That's a
just
straight line.
rewritten spherical geometry.
You don't understand spherical geometry, then. I'm sorry.
Just don't understand it.
No, you don't.
You don't understand
That's all you
it.
got.
What do you mean that's all I got? Yeah, you don't understand. I've given you I've given you a triangle. You immediately told me that I'm
Using
wrong.
straight lines.
On a sphere.
You can't have straight lines on a sphere.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. A sphere
Yes, you
curves
can.
equally in every direction.
You can have a straight line on a sphere.
No, you
Can you
can't,
please
Shields.
demonstrate one?
No,
I
you
just did.
can't.
Please demonstrate it.
I just did.
Oh, come on.
No,
you
you
know
don't.
he can't. Don't
I
ask
did.
him for something you know he can't give you. Right?
Well, you see, if you understood spherical geometry, you would
we
understand
know
straight
you
lines on a
can't,
sphere.
Shills. You're in an unfortunate position
No,
here
I'm-
that
I
we
mean,
know
I am in
that
an
every
unfortunate
word
position.
you come out with is bullshit.
I'm in an unfortunate position because
That
You
we
guys
know
don't
you're
understand.
full of shit.
Yeah, we
you want to call them geodesics then?
Absolutely certain of it.
You want to call them
It's a
you want-
straight
you want-
line, Shields.
You want to call it geodesics then? Is that what you want?
That's a straight line, Shills.
Yeah, geodesics are straight lines on a sphere.
They're straight lines, though, right?
On a sphere.
Straight lines.
On a sphere.
That you can't have, right?
A straight line. I mean, you don't even want to call them geodesics now? You don't even give me that, huh?
Geodesics are straight lines, Shields.
On a sphere, on the surface, yeah.
No, you can't have straight lines on the surface of a sphere. We've been
Yes,
over
you
this.
can.
What's your definition of a straight line, Shills? If you do it, do you
Yeah,
actually
straight lines.
have one?
They deviate neither the left nor right. They go straight ahead.
Okay. Well, what about
Straight
up and
curves.
down?
The surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
What about a circle? Is this?
So it's curving.
What? Yeah. What about a circle?
The straight line on a sphere
What about a
is
circle?
two-dimensional. There's
A
no up or
circle
down.
goes like up and down as well, doesn't it?
Circles don't go up and down. What are you talking about?
When you draw a circle, if you're drawing it on a vertical wall, It goes. You just do the lines up and down, right?
What?
Yeah.
So when you change the orientation of the plane, you change geometry?
Up and down, yeah. If the plane is a vertical plane, then the lines you make in order to do a circle would be up and down. Would they be a straight line to you?
What?
Under your definition, you just said, as long as
no.
you don't go up and down.
You're on a plane. You're on a plane.
Oh, you're on a plane.
You're conflating planes and spheres again. I understand that's a problem with you.
Right, so we're talking about on a plane then, right?
Well, actually, I'm talking about on a sphere, but you can be talking about on a plane.
Well, a sphere is a three-dimensional...
Yeah, but the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
the surface
sphere.
is two-dimensional. What is the area?
No, we don't think you do not think a surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
What is the units of surface area?
Can you show? You know,
hello, sir.
You know, a circle.
What are the units?
A circle's a two-dimensional shape, right?
What are the units of surface area?
A circle is a two-dimensional shape, right?
What are the units of surface area?
Can we just get over this one first, right?
No,
really, we'll start at the
basics.
That's square, isn't it? So a square is a two-dimensional shape, right?
Yeah, the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, sugar cookie.
Well, a circle is two-dimensional, isn't it? Are you not seriously saying that there's no difference between a circle and a sphere, right? You're not saying that, are you?
Are you trying to conflate a sphere and a circle now?
I'm just trying to work out 2D. You're saying 2D. I mean, I'm saying a circle's a two-dimensional shape. You're trying to equate that to a sphere, right?
No, the surface.
That sounds really a bad idea on your behalf.
What are the units of surface area?
Pardon?
What are the units when you measure surface area? What units?
That's a square. It's a two-dimensional shape. A square, isn't it?
Excellent. So does a sphere have a surface
area? Like a circle, it is a two-dimensional shape.
Stop with the circle. I'm talking about the surface area. So the surface
area
is
two-dimensional, right?
Is the surface area measured?
Talking about two-dimensional.
Is the surface area measured in units squared?
We've already established that. I've said it 3 times. Did you not hear?
So it's did
you not hear?
So the surface of a sphere is 2 dimensions.
No. A square is a two-dimensional shape. As is a circle.
How can you measure something in units squared and say that it is not two-dimensional?
Easy.
Yeah? Tell me.
Yeah.
Try it.
You measure, or every surface or whatever, if you're going to put something on a surface, then that would be a two-dimensional shape. You buy material in the square yard or square meter, don't you?
So
does that mean that when you... Does that... Wait a minute, paid NASA Shield, please. When you do that and you buy cloth in the square meter, does that mean when you put your T-shirt on, you think that T-shirt is two-dimensional?
Surface is two-dimensional, yeah.
The T-shirt.
The surface of the T-shirt is two-dimensional. Yeah.
Okay, so if you put the ball, make the ball two-dimensional.
What is the units of these? You already told me.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
The units of surface area is units squared, and then you tell me it's not two-dimensional. How do you manage that in your head, please? Now you're talking about shirts, which I think we're going on.
I'm talking about 2D and 3D. There's a difference, right? An extra dimension that a circle has, right? A circle is two-dimensional, and then a sphere is not a circle, is it?
But the surface... You already told me that the surface of a sphere is measured in 2 dimensions.
Yeah, but that doesn't make a...
That makes it two-dimensional, sir.
It doesn't make a sphere like a circle, does it?
Sir, we are talking the surface of the sphere, not the sphere. You've already told me that the surface of the sphere is measured in square units. Units squared.
A sphere in 2 dimensions.
The surface of the sphere.
What is a sphere in 2 dimensions, Chills? It's an easy question. Surely you know.
I don't really care.
2 dimensions is conceptual, you ding dong. You measure square footage. You measure surface area so you get material and put it in a 3D world. It's just a figure to get the right square footage, this area.
Excellent. So the surface is a two-dimensional object. Thank you.
How do you express a sphere in 2 dimensions? Or what is
I'm
a
not talking
sphere
about the sphere. I'm
expressed in
talking.
2 dimensions? No, but you're
I'm
talking
not
about
talking
2
about the
dimensions.
sphere. I'm talking about the
You
surface.
are talking about 2 dimensions.
I'm
How do
talking
you
about-
express a sphere in
So,
2 dimensions, Shield?
I've got 2 people saying that the
What
units of a
is
surface
a
area.
sphere expressed in 2 dimensions, Shield?
I have got 2 people so far that know
What
that the
is a sphere expressed in 2 dimensions, Shield?
I've got 2 people so far.
What is a sphere expressed
gosh.
in 2 dimensions?
I've got 2
Shield?
people so far that have
What
admitted.
is
I've got
a
2 people so
sphere
far that are talking
expressed
about.
in
Hello.
2
Over.
dimensions,
Hello, sir.
Shields?
Are you going to talk to me? I'm going to overtalk you.
What
I've got
is
2 people.
a
I'm not
sphere
going to go talk me.
expressed
I'm going to
in
overtalk you.
2 dimensions,
I can overtalk you.
Shields?
I'm going to overtalk you. Not 2D
What
object,
is
a
a
2D surface.
sphere
What is the
expressed
units of
in
surface
2
area?
dimensions?
What is the units of surface area?
It's an easy question. Come
I
on,
have an easy
Shields.
question for you. What
Surely.
It's too
what is
hard
the
for
surface-
NASA,
the answer?
What
DP.
is the surface
It's too hard
of
for
a
NASA
sphere
representation.
Is the answer.
What is surface area measured in?
How do you express a sphere in 2 dimensions? What do you get?
How do you
Shields?
measure
Come on.
surface area?
Come on, Shields. Surely you
How
know
do you
this
measure? Come
one.
on, you can tell me. How do you measure surface area?
How do you express
I've got
a
2
sphere in
people.
2 dimensions?
I've got 2 of your
What do you
fellow
get?
flirts. I've got 2 of
Come
your
on,
fellow flirts.
Shields.
I've got 2
We're
of your
not
fellow
flirts.
flirts so far. Yes.
There's
Do
none of
not
us
let him
here
get
are
away with
flirts.
that.
I'm not
None
going
of
to
us
be
here are
called a
flirts.
flirt.
Yeah, who are you talking
Come on,
about,
Shields.
Shills?
Has he gone? Has he run away?
No, he's gone.
do you
Somebody's
mean?
deafened him.
Oh,
Who are you
Cowards
talking
muted me.
about,
You
Shills?
cowards muted me.
Who are you
gonna-
talking
gonna
about,
admit that again?
Shills?
You cowards muted me.
Who are you
gonna-
talking about, Shills?
I'm talking about you guys.
Why?
You're flat earthers.
We're not flat
Yes,
earthers.
you are.
No,
We've
we're
gone over
not.
this- We've gone over this again, Bev. The only way that you work on this is
We just say level is horizontal, Shills.
which means you live on a plane.
No.
And you won't. And DP here, I've got you and I forget who else who already admit that the surface of a sphere is measured in 2 dimensions, which means it's a 2-dimensional object.
No, that's
Where
you
did
say
I
that.
admit that? That's you
Dude.
saying
You
that,
didn't admit
Shields.
that, DP. DP, you
Such
haven't admitted
a
that.
dishonest
How do you-
Bev
wanker.
said that, and I think who
How
Scat
do
said
you
that.
express a sphere in 2 dimensions, Shields?
What
Come
is
on.
the
It's
units
an-
of surface area?
Wait a minute.
It's an
Can
easy
we just
question.
get over the
It's
fact
easy
that
question.
he's
What is the units of
representing
surface area?
NASA here, right? In a very bad light. You're being
I don't care.
dishonest.
I'm not being
You don't
dishonest.
care. Do you not?
I'm asking you.
You don't care
Bev,
that
you've
you're
already-
here as a
Bev,
representative for
Bev,
NASA,
hello,
and you're
Bev.
being a dishonest
Hello,
shit.
Bev. I'm not being dishonest. You are, sir.
Of course you
won't
are.
admit. You can say, how can you tell me that the area is measured in square units and then tell me it's not a 2-dimensional object? Please tell me that.
2-dimensional
A
object now.
sphere is
Yeah,
definitely
two-dimensional
not a 2-dimensional object.
The surface is a 2 dimensions.
Shields, you're lost. You're so out of
The
your
surface,
depth, mate.
no, the surface
If I
is 2
was
dimensions.
you, I would just quit. Just go.
It just goes
No.
Just go, mate.
What is-
You
what
are
is-
so out of your
what
depth.
is-
It's got to
what-
be hurting you right now.
No, it's
You've
not.
got
It
to
is hurting
feel
me.
some pain.
It is hurting
You
me.
think
You're
a
being so
sphere
fucking
is a
stupid.
2-dimensional object?
The surface of a
idiot.
sphere. The
You
surface.
just said a sphere
of-
is a 2-dimensional object.
surface.
How can
of a
you have a
surface.
2-dimensional object?
You are taking out the
You
word
are an
surface.
idiot.
No,
he
sir,
just
you
said
are-
the surface of a T-shirt was 2-dimensional.
surface.
What do you expect?
The surface of a sphere is 2 dimensions. You
These
measure it in
NASA
square
representatives are getting really bad, dude.
Surface.
2-dimensional object. What a
Surface.
fool.
Surface.
I hope
measure
they're
in
not
square-
giving you that
Do you
much to
me-
shill, because you're making them look fucking ridiculous.
No, I'm
mate.
making you look
You
ridiculous. As you and your
Fucking hell.
fellow flirts laugh at me
Oh, here he
because you
goes.
don't
He's got to get
understand.
the flurf in there,
Yeah,
isn't he?
there's
He's
no
got to
flirts
get
here,
that
mate.
You guys
flurf
are
in
flat.
there.
You guys are flat earthers.
No, you see,
get
you're
paid
doing it
every
again.
time you
Oh,
say
you're,
that.
no,
Are all NASA
Well,
representatives bigots?
I'm not
Is
a
that
bigot.
is that something what we have to do?
No, I'm not a bigot. No,
Well,
you're just
stop
stupid.
calling
I'm sorry.
people names, dude. Stop
Well,
putting
it's-
people in
you
groups
should-
that they're not
You should
in.
be proud. You should be proud that you're a flat earther.
Dude,
No, do you
you're
do you
doing
get
it
paid
again.
do you get paid every time you call us flat earthers the
Yes.
same way that Rumpus gets paid every time he calls Bev or somebody else a wanker?
I don't know.
Are you on the same rate?
You have to talk to Rumpus about that. I don't know the wanker.
Just show your
fee.
bigotry and get paid
Not
for
a
it by
bigotry.
NASA, right?
In the meantime, though, we have a two-dimensional surface that you guys think is not two-dimensional.
You've got two-dimensional objects.
To what depth of a sphere is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional? To what depth? What depth of the sphere is two-dimensional?
Well, you know, if it's two-dimensional, it doesn't have depth, right?
What depth? Oh, so it has to no depth.
Yeah,
to no depth of the surface of the sphere? So no depth of the sphere.
That's correct, because 2 dimensions, right?
So then it's not a surface.
It is a surface, mathematically.
It's a surface to no depth, with no depth.
Because
it
it's
has
2
no
dimensions.
depth. Does the sphere have depth?
2 dimensions.
Does the surface of the sphere have depth?
No, because it's 2 dimensions.
So how do you measure it?
You tell me, what is the units of surface area?
You can't measure it with surface area. You have to put something on top of it.
No,
You have
you
no
can
depth.
measure it.
Do you have
can
depth? Does the surface area of a sphere have depth?
No, this is called units squared.
So it has no dimension.
What do you mean it has no
The
dimensions?
sphere has no dimension?
What do you mean it has no? It has area. It has.
By 0? Is the depth 0?
You don't. I can't believe.
Is the depth?
Oh my God! I can't believe I'm talking to an idiot about
I can't believe
2-dimensional objects. I can't believe that I'm talking to someone about 2-dimensional objects. He wants to know how much depth it has. So how much volume does a 2-dimensional object have? Fuck! What a stupid question that is. I'm a flat earther. That's funny emojis.
Dude, did you just say a 2-dimensional object again?
Again.
Yes, again.
Not just once either.
Fucking
How
hell.
much volume does a two-dimensional object have? How much volume?
This is hilarious.
Hey, NASA, can you please hand me a two-dimensional object? Anyone will do. Go ahead, please.
I told you, the surface of a sphere. The surface of a plane.
The surface of a plane.
Hand me a two-dimensional object.
Oh, now we're getting over the object thing. Fuck.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous.
You're the one
know how ridiculous you sound.
I see. You don't have to sound.
You're the one that's got a two-dimensional object.
Okay.
None of us have.
Of course not. You don't understand what 2 dimensions are.
Obviously. You don't understand. Is that all you've got? You don't understand.
Well, no, it's obvious you don't understand.
Here's your perspective.
Ow! Who's got that? Ow! Ow! What was that?
Two-dimensional objects.
What are the units of surface area?
Oh dear.
What are the units of surface area?
A two-dimensional object.
Name one. What are the units of surface area?
Sphere in 2 dimensions.
Name
what do you
a two-dimensional object.
The surface of a sphere.
Can you please hand me that two-dimensional hammer, please?
I can hand you a 1-dimensional person. It's called SE Montreal.
Oh, there he goes with the ad homs again. Can't face the
Not even a
argument.
good
He
one,
has to
though.
go in with the ad homs.
No, I'm facing the argument, but you guys are just either
You're not
rejecting
facing
it
the
and saying
argument.
nuh-uh.
You're not facing the argument.
Yeah, the surface area of a sphere.
You just come in with the ad homs.
The surface of a
You're
sphere.
a waste of space, Shields.
Yeah.
Go take your argument somewhere where people might believe
But people who don't understand spherical geometry.
You just don't understand.
That's correct, especially you.
So when you studied spherical geometry, hey, Bertwood, when you studied spherical geometry, when did you first learn about it? Where were you when you were studying it? What class were you taking?
I think it was geometry in like 6th grade.
Spherical geometry in 6th grade. You were studying spherical geometry in 6th grade?
Well, you know,
So what was your favorite spherical?
Oh, here we go. Here
What
comes
was your
Here
favorite
comes Rocky.
spherical
Here
geometry?
comes
again.
Here comes Rocky.
Yeah,
He's gonna tell me.
I just pointed out.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm sorry. I can only take so much Rocky.
5th grade spherical
Runaway
geometry.
Shields.
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, just a blatant lie right there. That was such an obvious lie. He has no idea what spherical geometry is.
I think in 5th grade. Yeah. See you later.
Hilarious.
I
What's
wish
up,
I had your
guys?
powers,
Wow.
Rakia, man. I wish I had your powers. You said one sentence. Wow.
They gotta run
he
because they
ran.
know I point out the lies. I'm the deception killer.
Yeah.
They tried to get rid of me over there at NASA with this hurricane, but I survived, baby.
Good to
Welcome back.
see you, bro. Good to see that you made it.
Yeah, our
How's
service
the boat?
Well,
Hey,
that's another story.
Glad to hear you're all right, mate.
The boat get hammered?
They got hammered pretty good. It's still floating, and but we can't move. The locks that we're behind are gonna be down for like 4 weeks. They said. They got crew boats and shrimp boats and all that dumped over everywhere down there. So it sucks, but it's still tied up and safe. But it's not good. I called to get a marina in Florida this morning and canceled because we're not gonna be able to get out of there for like 4 weeks. But we'll be all right. It's all good.
But no damage?
Oh yeah, we took a lot of damage to the top side, but it's all superficial. I mean, it can all be repaired.
That's a bummer. You want
What
to
is
take,
paid
either want
NASA
to take
still?
full damage or no damage?
Yeah.
Is he gone?
Yeah, oh yeah, he left as soon as I came in.
That's some magic powers, man. One sentence.
What was he doing here? I mean, why did he come here?
I think
To
they're
waste our
having
time.
to they're having to fix the problem that Rumpus and George have done.
It's going to get worse. I mean, they got Rumpus, George, and Ranty out there spouting nonsense. Can't keep up with it all.
And now paid NASA Shill's joining the fray. Like, I mean, why would paid NASA Shill make his way out here? I can't see for what purpose. I mean,
2
it's,
days on the bounce as well.
Yeah, that's what I was my surprise to see him here. Well, he's got no business here.
he wanted to
Speaking
do the
of
geometry
George.
thing as well.
George just DM'd me, guys.
Yeah, tell him to come in. He can come in and explain it.
Listen to the message. Are you near your computer /phone to enter a call? Question mark.
Say, come here. We're here.
You do realize paid NASA Shill only came in to get everybody riled up before somebody else comes in.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't think nobody got riled up. We just pointed out what he was doing, which was deceiving. Every word comes out of his mouth.
No. We've seen this 2 or 3 times where somebody comes in acting stupid like that, and then the next guy comes in to play the good cop. And yeah.
That's what we said the other day. Good cop, bad cop. Me and Bev. I was like, Jesus, man.
Georgie's trying it with SE, isn't he? Get him in here, SE. Come on. I've got 7. I said to George before, just come in and chat to us, George. I've had enough of this texting because we've been texting him all day and he's been saying stupid shit. And I've stopped.
I just replied.
He's got 7.
I'm in next level.
Yeah, go on.
Come on in. So he's typing now. Let's see what he answers.
Hey, Scrad, how's your time going on over at Gems? You got them all converted now? Oh, he's gone? Is he gone? Oh, he left.
Has he?
Yeah, he was here. He left.
He
only came in when NASA. Yeah, he was only in here when NASA was in here.
He says he's been banned. Can you do an
He's
audio
not
check
been
with me here?
banned, for fuck's sake. He left.
He left.
Let me tell him the
He left.
lie.
He came back
Psycho.
earlier at 6:45 and then left again.
Send him a link, Essie.
Just send it, just send him an invite.
Yeah, I'll do that, yeah.
He's left and
funny.
not left that many
That's
times.
That's a crit move. I'm going to quit the server and tell everybody I'm bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sad.
Straight lines on his piece of paper. Straight line triangle adding up to more than 108.
That's showing that picture as well. Like there's a triangle with more than 180 degrees. It's like no one has measured that triangle.
Can we please not forget that he said the surface of a T-shirt is 2D?
The surface of a sphere is a two-dimensional object. That needs to go on a T-shirt. That
This T-shirt is a two-dimensional surface.
NASA. I represent NASA, and I say that needs to go out everywhere. That.
You've got to do one of those shorts with that, Bev.
NASA, yeah. NASA send round their paid representative to say this stupid shit.
I sent them an invite.
Alright, I'll keep it on the thing. Oh, there you go, landing. Look at that, straight away. Wow.
Wow, I got special powers too.
Live stream. Look at that. Nobody had to unban anybody. We just sort of give him the role for the live stream. It's amazing.
Bam.
Right, now, when George comes in here, please, everybody, can we keep calm? Don't excite him. Don't talk about a model. Gets him really upset. He's on edge at the minute.
Oh, please be calm with him, because he was saying some good stuff last time.
Yeah, the more George talks, the better it is for all of us concerned.
Agree.
If you do have to trigger him, just in short spurts. All right. Make it count, right?
Yeah, be like me. Say sorry. I'm gonna go on mute now.
No more than one every 10 minutes.
Sorry.
Right. Apologize profusely after you tweak him.
Yeah.
Tweak him. Yeah.
Says he can't see rooms. He's gonna try something else.
What?
Tell him to reset his server.
Can he not use Discord?
Oh, he's having trouble. He was having trouble the other night. Definitely. Now,
Who called me?
Redman.
What's up?
Hey, I'm gonna give you this picture. I need you to put this in a straitjacket.
You need me to put this picture in a straitjacket?
No.
He's going to send you some pictures of people.
No.
I did one earlier. Did you not see the one I did earlier? Where's that one?
I didn't get to see it.
Did I post it here? No, I think it's over on the level.
I'll look over there. Or DM me, please.
That's 7 messages you haven't looked at.
I've told him I'm not looking at them. I've had enough. I don't do fucking DMs. I've been going at it literally all day with him telling me, I don't know, shit that I'm like, I've got proofs for shit. You know, if you know 2 + 2 is 4, then it doesn't matter how many people tell you 2 + 2 is 5 or 3 or 8 or whatever. It doesn't matter, does it? Well, that's what George has been doing all fucking day. It gets boring. Is J-Mac gone? I don't know whether he's keeping a check on George. He needs to have a minder, or I don't know whether he's still trusted to come in on his own. Paid Nasty Shield said he was all right on his own, but I think he'll be coming with a chaperone next time.
Oh yeah, maybe Kosho or somebody.
No, Kosho won't come around here.
That's true, eh? Yeah.
Kosho needs a chaperone.
Just ask Kosho how his skateboard building's going.
They'll have to come round in 3s.
Yeah.
Man, this is a dangerous place.
A chaperone for a chaperone.
See, the unfortunate thing is that whereas we can see the benefits of somebody saying the surface of a sphere is a two-dimensional object, I mean, it's utter lunacy, but I mean, not many other people can see that. They literally can't see it. Well, I don't know. I'm hoping people can see how ridiculous it sounds. But when people hear something that sounds ridiculous and then they ask somebody and somebody says, well, yeah, literally any surface is a two-dimensional thing. And by the way, there's 13 dimensions that we can go into. So, yeah, of course you can have a two-dimensional surface of an object being the object that is two-dimensional. Basically, anything happens and anything goes. George is coming in to teach us about... I don't know. I'm hoping it's going to be the perpendicular. He'll be sorting his mic out. You know, I think they'll be on this, you know, like Fight the Flat Earth had... did they have like a back channel? They have got another sound system so they can get coached. They can get stuff patched
Conference
through.
Call.
Well, yeah, but on the side when they come into Discord, right? Voice Meter Banana, you can patch voices through, but it's a bit technical. I'm not so sure George has got that operating system working like Fight the Flat Earth has yet. Because Fight the Flat Earth, I'm pretty sure, had Reds and Sean Hufford and Slice Bar Kane. You know, all of those sort of people. Probably George and Rumpus in the back channels, feeding and helping him. George wishes he had that. But, I mean, the best George could ever hope for would be Rumpus in the background.
Not really, because Rumpus would be saying all the time, just call them Otta, moron.
That would lead to total confusion, having Rumpus in the background and dealing with you one-to-one bit.
That might be why George looks a bit, you know, sounds a bit like off, he's going a bit crazy. He does take time and have to go and do drawings and stuff like that, though, doesn't he?
Hey, Scrat's back. Hey, Scrat, how's it going over there trying to convince those guys, change those guys' minds at Gem Pandas? How's it going for you?
Those people are really...
Did we lie to you? Is it just like we told you, or what?
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, it's not as bad with the attacking. I was told that everybody will all attack me at once. The main thing is that they just completely reject reality. They don't believe there's definite directions, actual directions. They don't. They just reject reality completely. But I haven't really been pounced on by a whole bunch of people. It would be at the very most probably three people.
Yeah, that's all they do is tag out. You talk to one, and then when they get stuck, someone else starts. I was actually listening to you the other day in there, so.
Was I sound stupid,
give him a mark.
Or was I making sense?
Out of 10. What we're going to judge for composure, argument, and finesse.
He was up there, like maybe a 7.5 or 8.
Mm-hmm.
Like
nice.
He wasn't chemo or lemon, but he was up there.
Wasn't lemon.
I thought I'd throw that in there. That was pretty good.
On a scale of leaky to lemon. On the leaky lemon scale.
Yeah, what's leaky? Is he 10 or is he 1? Who's 1 on the scale of leaky to lemon?
That's why you don't need to put numbers to it, right? It's all just different approaches.
Yeah. He's right up there with being a leaky lemon.
About a midway.
Yeah, about midway to being a leaky lemon. Yeah, I'm just.
You talking about me?
Yeah, but we're just playing around, dude. Relax.
Well, I'm just curious. Was I making sense when I was talking with him?
Oh, yeah, I think so. At some point, I fell asleep, or I think with that conversation. But yeah,
Yeah, that's all right. He falls asleep quite often on all of us, even some of the most best conversations. He'll fall asleep. I mean, that's nothing on you, your conversation
as well.
Yeah, it is true. I do fall asleep with lots on here. No, I think you're doing all right, Scott.
George is typing. He's doing an essay for us. I hope he comes in.
He's been typing for the past minute.
I know. It must be a big one, right? Do you reckon it's going to be an apology why he can't come in? Or why he's scared that everybody's in here? Or a list of rules that are requirements that he requires before he does come in here? What do you reckon?
A list of rules, I reckon.
I think he's going to whine he can't get in, technical issue, or he's going to complain that we're mean to him or something.
Yeah.
Well, either way, it's a long fucking complaint or list.
That's why I'm going for list of requirements.
Yeah, because it shouldn't be a technical issue because he wanted SE to go have a one-on-one with him, right?
Yeah.
So, to sit here and say he can't talk now wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
Or would it make sense?
Well,
maybe it would.
He might.
He wanted to do a sound check. Maybe he's having sound issues. I don't know.
He reminds me of Geo. Is Geo still in there? No, he's not. Shoot. Anyhow, Geo used to type in the mod room over at 24/7. You'd see Geo is typing for like 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden, this big fucking paragraph of the maximum amount of letters you could put in a message on Discord would come up.
Well, he's going on his second minute now.
I just wanted to say hello, guys. I'm here. I'm on mute.
Hey, James.
Hey, James.
Are we entertained? We're keeping everybody entertained tonight.
Mr. Mays, that's the first time I've heard you. How you doing?
Sounds like Matrix.
I'm doing well. We got a lot of rain. I guess it's from the storm down south. I'm up here in Maryland. We had rain for at least about 10 hours today. So, but other than that, everything's good.
Good.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
Just don't let it happen again.
I've just got... Oh, go on. Do you want to finish
I was
off?
just going to say, just cut it out.
I can't be arsed doing that. Hours of shit to go through.
Only a 4-minute segment, fuck.
I've got a 4.5 hour one of blue on the fucking cutting board from last week, and then everything from then in between. But I was just about to say that I've been on Twitter, and I had to point out that the dark shark isn't really a thing, right? Because I got shown the water level at the top of the mountain. And I pointed out to him that a water level is not a sighting tool with a laughing face, as you can see. And somebody said that is a bulletproof globe proof. Taking a 2-foot water level to the top of a mountain and looking over it. And noticing that the horizon is below it. Well, that, But the interesting point is that he says... water levels are also of use where spirit levels are not long enough. But as we got told the other night, it's only for the bit in the middle. So the spirit level does the bit in the middle just as much as the water level would do the bit in the middle as well. So I can't understand why you'd need a longer water level if it only does the bit in the middle.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, yeah, a point, literally.
Yeah, the point right in the middle.
Yeah.
Not the bits at either end.
No other point.
Hey, there goes George's epic.
Oh, yeah, here's George's
wow
paragraph.
What? Oh, he's upset about paid NASA. That was Team George. 2D or
George
3D.
was listening.
I just told y'all that.
Yeah.
How did he know we were talking about this?
He was in there with NASA, right? They're both the same team.
They're the same cubicle. They're
Yeah.
just like, they only got that small divider.
It's like when you heard Rumpus the other day going, everyone, come round, look at him, look at Bev. It's because they're all in a big fucking group together, sat together.
Tell them to come on in and talk about it.
Can we get everybody telling George to come in and...
Come on down to the Price is Wrong, bitch. Oh, crap. Sorry. My bad. I keep forgetting I'm recording.
I don't think he'll come in, but I mean, Paid Nasty Shill did well. Did he get shouted out, or did he just sort of leave because he got upset?
Well, he claimed a sphere was a two-dimensional object like 4 times.
Yeah.
What is differential geometry?
Get George to come in and tell you. I'm sure it'll be easily explainable by a man like George. I mean, he wouldn't be able to talk about it if he didn't know what it was and be able to explain it. I don't know whether you'd be able to understand it, though, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Me neither. I don't think I'd be able to understand it. But if there were a skilled representative from the globe that might be able to come in and teach us about it, then I'd be all up for that. Because I have heard people talk about it.
Differential geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have a...
What does it sound like?
I mean, I've heard of differential leveling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you reckon it'd be the same? Or completely
I don't know how you
different?
could do it if your horizontals are always intersecting. That'd be a bit of a problem.
Actual surveying wouldn't be able to exist if horizontals weren't parallel. Right?
Or what they're doing is good enough and you wouldn't need geodetic surveying.
He's grown weary of
See, it's the complaint.
He's
Yeah.
been talking too much.
Had to be one of those two.
Tell him if he wants to come in,
issue.
we will not interrupt him. Or we will try not to. I mean, obviously, he will still pretend that we are talking. They wait until you start talking, and then they talk, and then they blame you for over-talking them. We all know how it works. We'll try our best.
I actually thought it was a pretty reasonable room the other day when he was here.
It was, but you know how he takes it.
Better than most days in any room.
I'll even go on mute. I'll switch my mic off. But you guys best fucking call him on his bullshit. Oh, science it out. Oh, no way. He's back up. He might be able to come in, guys. If he gets science it out as backup, they might be able to come in. They might feel strong enough together.
We know flat Earth Egypt.
Good.
He's in. Welcome back, George.
Yes, there, Bev. I fiddled with the audio settings on the computer, and hopefully this fixes a lot of the problems.
Hey, I'll give a disclaimer. Everybody respect when George is speaking, and let's not talk over him.
Yeah, we always have respect for George.
There you go, George.
Mind answering everybody's questions, but when people start talking at the same time, it just I just can't sort out the questions, and then it gets to be a free for all after a while, you know.
Having a man with your experience in here gets everybody excited, George. They, you know, everybody wants to ask you questions. So, like I said, I'll go on mute, and you can explain to the guys what it was you wanted to explain. Was it something about? Did you want to do differential geometry, or did you want to do what I personally have got wrong that you think I've got wrong when I've been telling everybody else these things? Right, you have to remember that there are some people in here, George, that they've never heard what I've said before, so they might have heard it from mathematical textbooks and stuff like that, actual surveying manuals, you know, actual procedures. So can you please be precise and concise when you're talking about what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'll try to. I didn't come in here for any specific reason. Argument about whether.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
A sphere is two-dimensional or three-dimensional, so I just put my 2 cents worth in. If there's something specific you want me to talk about, then tell me. I'm open.
Can I get
I got a question.
Just a question, just to kick things off, George? Can I get one?
Yeah, ask.
Is there such thing as a two-dimensional object?
Using the word object to me implies it has
Physical.
length.
It has physicality. An object has physicality.
See, this is the problem. It's already started. I can't answer the question without somebody interjecting.
Well, he just clarified. Go on, George.
I was just trying to say, when somebody tells me or mentions an object, to me, an object is something in 3D space that has length, width, and depth. So yes, it's three-dimensional. An object is three-dimensional. If you want to talk about a two-dimensional object, then two-dimensional objects are what you draw on a sheet of paper, like, you know, just draw a triangle, a circle, or whatever on a piece of paper. It has no depth. It just has length and width.
That's not an object, is it, though, George? It's just a...
Well, I mean, when you just use object, the word object without a descriptor, then we naturally assume it's three-dimensional. But we have different classes of objects. You have two-dimensional objects, three-dimensional objects, 4, 5, 6-dimensional objects in mathematics. Object is kind of a general class, but if you want to talk about what dimensional space that object, somebody's making a lot of noise. Buster.
Yeah, who's got
my bad. Thought I muted.
You have to be specific. Object is a general word. It's a general concept. So if you want to talk about a specific class, then qualify it with an adjective, like two-dimensional object, three-dimensional object. Okay.
Can I just get another qualifier that when you talk about 4, 5, 6-dimensional objects, you're talking hypothetically here, yeah?
Well, of course. Yeah, I mean, these are pretty abstract. Once you go beyond 3 or 4 dimensions, now we're getting into more abstract.
Three dimensions,
spaces.
George. 3.
Well, time is considered to be a 4th dimension. So.
But you know, when you're talking objectively, we are talking of 3 dimensions, yeah? Objectively, 3 dimensions, yeah?
Yeah, physical. Yeah, for physical objects, we generally limit ourselves up to 3 dimensions. But mathematically,
no, hang on. We limit ourselves to 3 dimensions, George.
No, I'm up.
George, why are you being a snowflake, mate?
I'm not being snowflake. You're interrupting me, and I thought we had an agreement. There you go.
Things in 3 dimensions are objects. My bad.
He left again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, he's fragile, man.
I didn't even get to ask my question. Doggone it.
No, that was bad.
Globers have turned into snowflake
Yeah.
fragile asses.
Oh yeah.
They used to control this conversation for hours. Now they can't even handle 5 minutes when they're interrupting also.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I didn't get my question either.
Times are changing, my friends. Time to push forward.
That's
was my
bad,
bad.
isn't it? Can we?
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Essie, do you want to call him back and say, like, now we're gonna have to count DP out as well now, right? DP's now
I'm
on
out.
mute, right? So
Yep,
Essie, if you want to, DP's willing to stand down and go on mute, like me as well. We'll say
last man standing. Isn't it?
yeah, we'll say welcome back, George. Do you want to, like, we've now got me and DP on track? What? Somebody else want to try? Somebody try and ask George a question. Can you get George to answer?
No, just
I
how
like that.
long.
Yeah, let them know that
long
there's
you
lots
can
of people that
talk
have
with him
good
for?
questions, and we'll mute DP and Bev, all the bad apples.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't mute me. I'll mute myself. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's what I mean, DP. Come on. Jeez. Another sensitive snowflake.
That's it. I'm out.
You bunch of snowflakes.
I'm out too. Fuck this shit. I'm out too. I can't deal with all this snow. It's a snowstorm in here.
Guys getting run off with one freaking
Oh,
cent.
we've got George and Paid NASA Shield. They're all both teaming up about how bad we are in here. It's like, oh, those people over there in that server, they're so rude. Like, because the way I see it, right, you ask him a question and he tries to answer another question. And you go, no, George, that's not... Oh, what? Oh, no, I'm trying to let you finish. It's like you're trying to answer a wrong question. Like, they must hear something completely different. So next time, make sure when you're asking George a question, make it really concise. Preferably, preferably write it down, right? So that he's got it in words.
He has a new life insurance plan now. He can always say, oh, you're cutting me off again. I'm out.
Answer the wrong question. It's a new tactic. Answer the wrong question and then get upset that somebody's trying to correct them on the question that was asked in the first place. Watch it.
Wow.
It's going to be coming round. You can't write penis on it, DP.
Oh, shit. Oops.
You make it look
That was a typo.
How on point to the truth must we be when they got to come in here under 100 different rules and just leave every time?
Oh man, we've got the straight line with the curve, and now this 2D 3D just exposes it in a plane form, right? They need to curve that plane. In order to do that, they need to put a surface of a sphere as being a 2-dimensional surface. It's impossible, like, but that's the world they live in, not us. We just live in reality. But as you will hear, Euclidean geometry is flat Earth geometry. Level being horizontal, as is reality, that's flat Earth. You're a flat earther. Yeah, that's better.
Conservation of momentum. You must have heard them spout that.
I don't know. We don't need to bother with that. Literally.
They say things conserve the energy that the spin of the Earth is putting into them, except a Fulcrum's pendulum. It doesn't affect them, apparently. They swing freely and the Earth turns under them.
They work with magnets. Everybody knows they do.
But everything else has conservation of momentum.
It doesn't. Nothing else
I
moves.
know, I know
Fulcrum
it doesn't.
pendulum
I'm
has
saying
magnets.
that's their rhetoric.
Well, we don't talk about what they say. They say some stupid
Fucking
shit.
nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah,
They think a
I
t-shirt-
choose not to say that.
The surface of a t-shirt's two-dimensional.
That's much better. That's some new shit you've never heard before, right? Everybody's heard all of that fucking Coriolis bullshit. You've never heard this two-dimensional t-shirt fucking shit. It's the new NASA. They're leading with it. Globe Defense.
Oh,
George will be coming back in here. It needs fixing, this problem. I don't know how long they've been doing this, right? But it's been a magic trick. It's been a distraction. Look over here. Look over here. Look over there. Do not look at the water, the observable, obvious reality that's right in front of you. Talking.
Text.
Yeah.
Everybody just ignore him now, I think.
No, only SE should go in there and talk to George. Like, obviously, we trigger him, and that's I've had to learn. You just have to stop talking because it's ultra triggering. Them being asked questions.
where is he? Where is he?
He's in the chat here. It's quite disrespectful. Clarifying the question that you asked is very disrespectful, DP. Right?
And he sounded really stressed out
Yeah.
to begin with.
Yeah.
Under a lot of pressure, it seems.
From Rumpus. Rumpus can't
Yeah.
come in because Rumpus says even worse shit. And now he's just sending George, go on, George, go on.
George, go straighten this out, man.
Dad, do you reckon? Do you reckon that works?
Did you say Dad?
Yeah, could George have
George
sent
is-
his son over here for elocution lessons? And Rumpus be actually George's son? Works. I mean, anybody show me why not? Anybody put up a case as why Rumpus could not be George's son? See, that's settled then. There's a definite possibility that Rumpus could be George's son. And George is defending his son. That's why it's so passionate about it.
George is back, Bev. We should go on mute.
Okay. Sorry, welcome back, George. Me and DP, we're bowing out again. We're going to go on mute. Off you go.
It's not that you have to put yourself on mute. It's just that it's extremely frustrating if you ask a question and within 10 seconds of me trying to answer, you interject, and you can wait until I say my piece if you want to add more to it or to qualify it further. That's fine, but don't do it in the middle of the answer.
Well, like what they said earlier, whenever you're asked a question, you try to answer a different question. Well, the reason that they interrupt is to get you to stop answering a question that was not asked of you.
I don't believe that's the case.
Oh, it is.
So anyway, can we get on with it?
What question do you want answered then from me?
Is there such a thing as a 2D object, George?
Yes, I mean, I said object is a general word for a general class of things, which we call objects. You can have 2-dimensional objects, 3-dimensional objects, 4, 5, 6, 10-dimensional, 15-dimensional objects. They are mathematical constructs. But
mathematically, but it. Did you finish? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, when you use object by itself, that generally implies we are talking about a physical 3-dimensional object. Now, if I want to talk about something other than that, I would qualify it with an adjective saying a 2-dimensional object or a 1-dimensional a one-dimensional object would be a point, I guess. But, you know, you can further qualify by the use of an adjective.
Okay, can we agree on a one-dimensional object and a two-dimensional object is just an abstract? It's a thought. It's not real. Can we agree on that?
I guess I could go along with that, sure.
Perfect. So then we can agree, we can take it one step further and say there's no such thing in reality as a 2D object.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to fathom. Yeah, I mean, even if you get down to objects that are extremely thin, like say a sheet of molecules resting on water that's only one molecule thick, it still has some thickness. It's extremely small, but yeah, that's still a three-dimensional object. Yeah.
Now
I mean,
we're communicating. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so we agree. Great.
Yeah, yes, I said I agree.
So you have people saying that a sphere is 2D, a surface of a sphere is 2D. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, in the sense, like I said, like I put a statement up earlier, depends upon the type of analysis that you're trying to do. We can do a lot of mathematical analysis on three-dimensional objects just by doing the math on the surface. Like if we want to look at the trajectory of something as how it goes around a saddle surface, or say a hyperbolic surface or a spherical surface, you only need 2 dimensions to do that analysis. It's like dropping a fishnet. If say you have a very flexible fishnet, it's made up of a grid, you know, just 2 coordinates, and you can drop that fishnet on any sort of warped surface on the earth if you wanted to. It could cover the valleys, it could cover the mountains, that sort of thing. But what people are missing is how we describe that coordinate system in order to do the mathematics. To describe those coordinate systems as related to, say, a Cartesian or rectangular coordinate system, the description gets rather complicated because as you're moving along your coordinates, like with a latitude and a longitude, the latitude and longitude is not a complete description of the surface of the real Earth. It describes the surface of a perfect sphere, where you just have no relief, you have no third dimension going up and down. But I could also lay down this fishnet that's very flexible to go over the mountains, go into the valleys, but now the description of those coordinate lines become extremely complicated, and within the description of those coordinate lines allows me to understand where I am in space, in 3D space, even though I'm using 2D coordinates. It's a tough thing to explain. I don't know if I'm clear on that or not.
Okay,
No,
I have a
I
quick
understand.
question.
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to use a 2D system on 3D. I get it. I get exactly what you're saying, but we must agree though that 2D is a concept, right? We agreed on that before, right? It's just a concept, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by concept. I mean, 3D is a concept too.
Well, let me clarify. To be
Can I
clear.
just say this one
Can
thing?
you? Sure, go ahead, Buster. Go ahead.
Would we all agree that 2D is only useful conceptually?
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's only useful conceptually. It's very useful. I mean, I can describe how particles move along any given surface you want in 2D coordinates. It's very useful.
I have a quick question. You're talking about math a lot. I'm just curious. Is math reality?
It describes reality. It can describe reality.
But is it reality? I don't. Yeah. Yeah, it can describe it, but is it reality?
No, it describes reality. It's no more reality than English or Chinese or French.
Yeah, it's a language, basically. It's a useful language tool that we use to describe how things behave in the world.
But you can also use it to describe things that aren't real, right?
Sure.
I think that's the most honest answer I've heard at anybody yet on that side of the argument.
I mean, mathematics is a very powerful language. We can describe things in reality. We can describe things that we can conceive that are not part of our reality. It can describe things that might possibly might be reality that we haven't yet discovered yet. I mean, for example, we have made many discoveries by establishing a mathematical model and then looking at what that model predicts. For example, we found gravitational waves that way. We found the Higgs boson that way. The mathematics told us that this type of a particle should exist, and it took several decades for physicists to develop a test or the apparatus in an experiment in order to find it. But the mathematics told us it was there before we ever found it.
That's all
Okay, when you
conceptual.
found those things that you just described, sorry.
Pardon?
When you found those things that mathematically, did you find them in the math, or did you find them in reality? For example, gravity waves or whatever you said. Was that you found it in mathematics, or did you actually find it in reality?
Well, actually, both. I mean, like the Higgs boson, it was described by the mathematics of high energy.
I didn't ask that.
Well, again, okay.
I didn't ask about that.
I'm trying. Will you let me finish before you interject?
I asked.
You don't like.
I asked about the gravity waves. Oh my gosh! You see, he did it again. He's trying to ask a different question. Or answer a different question.
Another one that needs to go on mute.
That's another one. You're on mute. SE, come on, SE. Let's go again, boy. Let's go.
Hey,
you're out.
Wearing thin here, guys.
Scrapped.
Come on now.
You're new to this.
Oh my God! Hopefully, we can lose, man.
It's gonna be like
Sorry,
Family
guys.
Feud. We got. 3 strikes now.
You have to. What you have to do though when we do this is you have to remember the question that you asked. It's obviously a difficult one, so keep that in your back pocket, right? Keep that to yourself. That's your little George trigger question, right? You can pull that out whenever you want. And if it's a trouble for George,
well, he said that he wasn't. He said he wasn't doing that though.
Well,
he just did. Okay,
yeah.
so here's the problem with he just goes on and on.
Yeah.
You gotta let him.
The diversionary tactics, you have to let him, because in that on and on that he goes, there will be some beautiful little clips. You just have to let him say them.
Okay, I'm sorry for chasing him away again.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
go on mute. I thought he agreed to answer the question that was asked.
Yeah.
But,
Oh,
okay.
no. Yes. Well, this is more of a training for us lot as well, right? This is how we are going to be able to communicate with the new globe breed, right? This
Wait,
water
he
level
left
thing
again.
has left them in a cogdis state that they're obviously struggling with. So we're in training, all of us now, in how we are going to communicate with people without triggering them, right? We have to employ non-triggering tactics. And that obviously means do not ask certain questions.
Well, we gotta have sympathy, right?
If George goes on a ramble, it means he can't answer the question. So please respect the fact that he's rambling because he can't answer the question, right? Don't embarrass him by pointing out that he can't answer the question that you asked.
I have a question about the question that he tried to answer. He said the Higgs boson. Is that what he was referring to, or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Isn't
God
that
particle.
man? Oh, Higgs. Oh, it's a particle. Oh.
Yeah, they call it the God particle.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Just
we've got
for
a
your
meme about that,
reference.
haven't we?
It's a particle that's supposed to hold everything together, but they had to smash something at light speed to find out it was there.
Yeah.
And they found that in reality or in the maths? I'm sorry, I should have asked them that. Never mind.
Yeah. In the Hadron Collider, I think they found it.
Yeah.
On a computer screen, it'll have been.
Yeah.
Little lines on a computer screen. Yep. Oop.
Gave them, I think, 100 terabytes worth of information they had to pour through.
Just for the record, so they don't bamboozle you with surprise, they call it the God particle, and it's supposed to give mass to everything. Bullshit, but that's what they say.
We can't even explain mass.
There you go. We did it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Meme. Check
There
that
it is,
out.
the particle.
It's
the God particle.
Yeah, it's the nugs particle.
The nug particle.
Yeah, they found the nugs. 2021.
Shout out to Nug Life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Nug. I forgot about this meme.
The nugs field. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful, man. Shout out DP.
When do we claim, like, I don't want to say victory, but when do we like move on from these people?
Oh, well, we are doing that anyway, aren't we? We're doing our water level shit. But, I mean, these people are going to be floating around telling us we don't know what we're doing. Like, they're never going to go away. So we have to learn how to communicate with them. They speak, I can't remember who it was ages ago. I think it might have been. Somebody said, we speak a different language than them. It might have been Cleary, to be honest. Literally, we speak a different language, and we just need to learn how to communicate.
Is that language called logic?
Well, yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's just the natural logic that everybody else holds, and there's a certain group of people that have had that pushed away, and it's been replaced by a model. Now, that model dictates everything. Now, they even tell you, my model dictates. Right? My model says this, and this is according to the model. They can't help it.
They demand a model from you.
It's because
in replace of your logic.
Yeah, you're ripping their model off them. It's like a dummy. It's like a pacifier. It needs to be replaced.
You're using logic to rip their model apart, and they're asking you, where's your model? So I can rip it apart. You see how it works? Their model is done. Logic has destroyed it. That's why they ask you for your model. You don't need a model. You live in reality. Literally walk outdoors. Look around. Measure stuff. There it is.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't need to do anything else.
There's only one. There's only one model. It's reality. It doesn't matter which shape it is or anything. Like, literally. It's a ridiculous fucking argument. People arguing about two different things when there's only one reality. Just live in reality, everyone.
When you start arguing about curved water, you're the fool. They got you. That's what I've learned.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, George said he'll be back in a couple of minutes, so I guess Scrat will have to stay muted now too.
Yeah. He's walking the dog. He'll be back.
Did we make a new rule while I was gone that God Scalpel can talk anytime he wants?
Yeah, I can always talk anytime.
He was muted.
It's
He was muted
rule.
when he came in here, Rakia. It was quite funny.
Yeah, I was over. Yeah.
It's like, who did that? It'll have been Rakia. Rakia did that.
I might have touched the wrong button.
I might add it was not funny. That's all I want to say about that. It was
I might have or might not have touched the wrong button. I don't know. It was pretty windy here, buddy.
It wasn't funny listening to you snore like a bear either. So, well, maybe for a minute.
It was. We were laughing for a bit, but then it was a bit like, oh well. I mean, suppose.
Are you sleeping again?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Blue detected it in this place.
Yeah.
Blue detected it with his
Blue's balls quivered.
Yeah.
From his snoring.
On his pendulum, I fucked up Blue's pendulum.
You screwed up his pendulum, gods.
That's all right.
Did Blue pick up the hurricane that hit Louisiana? I mean, I'm only like 150 miles from him. He had to pick it up, right?
Oh, he must have done.
That's
At least
a
one of the
question.
roofs coming off or something.
Shouldn't
His
those
balls
things
had to be
pick it up
quivering.
Shouldn't those things pick it up before it ever hits the ground, even before it gets twirling? I mean, it's so sensitive, wouldn't it?
My balls were quivering, I can tell you that. His must have been.
There you go, spot on. Coming out in sympathy, it might have been.
So when he comes back, am I supposed to be muted, or if I promise I won't interrupt him, can I ask a question?
Oh no, you can't. You can't ask a question now. You're out. Look how many people
You're out
there
of
are
the
that
game
want to.
now, bro.
Like you've had your chance.
Yeah, you're out. And you got to compliment him every now and then, like
Yeah.
I did, and try to stay on his good side.
Yeah, can I point out, right, that he sounds a bit down. I think it might be a good idea just to make sure he's okay, right? Calm him down a bit. Just
Well, will somebody ask him my question then?
like maybe ask him what his favourite ice cream is or something. What his favourite present he got for Christmas when he was a child. You know, just to ease the tensions a bit.
Will somebody ask him why they use Euclidean geometry on a sphere?
No, nobody's allowed to ask your questions either.
Yeah, you're out. You'll have to wait till next time. Go to the back of the queue.
Yeah, it's like the Nathan Oakley show. Please don't use your sock accounts to try and rejoin. You'll be gladly welcome again tomorrow.
To the snowflake question and answer session, hosted by George. Who would have ever thought George would have been a snowflake?
I never would have thought I'd seen the day that Globers just leave so quickly. They're just like done.
We
even
broke
Big
him, bro.
Nash's show kind of left pretty quick, really.
One
And
of
he
them
ran-
leaves at the
them, bro.
sound of my voice.
Yeah, one question from Rakia, he's gone.
Yeah.
We broke him.
Fade NASA's shield doesn't even wait till I ask questions. Like with
Yeah,
all
he
his
raged.
pals around.
He rage quit on me the other day, too, which I was super surprised.
Ask him what an ATP is.
Ask him what?
An ATP.
ATP.
Yeah, just ask him what an ATP is. He'll say, Rakia, and he'll probably hang up and quit. Air transport pilot. He claims that's what he is. He still holds a license. 20-something years retired. He's just a liar, you know. I keep harping on it because I make an example out of him. But I think that's how a lot of them are. Just living in fantasy on Discord. Trying to keep their fantasy world alive.
Yeah.
Just hate reality, right?
Yeah, they're
I
all.
mean, he just hates reality. The reality of his life or the reality of what he did, what he didn't do. You know, he has to say certain things to make himself feel better. That's why he attacks everybody every sentence. I mean, every sentence. You're a moron. You don't understand. When you ask him a tough question, go Google it. I'm not here to teach you. It's the same old tired script. It's gotten easy since we've learned all their tactics. You know, that's why they're leaving. They dribble left and we cut them off. They dribble right. They cross over. We cut them. We steal the ball from them. Literally steal the ball from them. Right? They have nowhere to go.
George,
Why are you always trolling?
all those who need to go on mute, please go on mute now.
Oh, George is back? Oh, welcome
Yes,
back,
he is.
George. I guess I'll welcome you back since half the room's now muted. Welcome back, George. I think Rakia probably wants to finish the conversation with you. Or not Rakia, sorry, I meant to say
Yeah,
Christy
not
Montreal.
me. I got no use for George.
I
I
said,
hope all is well, buddy. You sound a little down. You need to maybe get a pick me up somewhere. But yeah, I got nothing for you.
I told you a bit ago that I had to attend to con. Con has been having a few issues with keeping his food down here the last couple of days. So
Well, that's
sometimes,
not good. Is he older, George?
yeah, he's 11. He's a German Shepherd that's 11 and a half years old.
Oh,
He's doing real good for his age, but he has his issues.
have you tried wet gastro food when he's doing that?
No, it's an issue of sometimes he gets into really crap, eats some crap outside. You know, not literally crap, but you know, he eats stuff that he shouldn't be eating. Then
Oh, I see.
upsets his stomach.
You'd think after 11 years. Oh, sorry, Ricky. Go ahead.
No, this is Scrat. I feel for you, man. I recently had to put my dog down after I think it was 11 years. He had diabetes and went blind and kept falling down the stairs. So I feel for you.
Yeah, well, fortunately, Khan is in really good shape for his age. Over most of his life, he ran about 15 miles a day, so he's real strong. He has some neurological issues in his right back muscles for his right leg. He doesn't have hip dysplasia, but he's doing pretty good in spite of things. I mean, the previous German Shepherd I had only lasted 11 years, and here Khan is going to have his 12th birthday on December 7th, Pearl Harbor dog, day dog. So
Nice.
he's good.
How did he run the 11 miles a day? Is that with you? Do you run that much or what?
No, he would ride. I'd ride my bicycle. There's a town that's 2.5 miles from where we lived, and he would run full out to the town at 2.5 miles, and then I'd run him back, and we'd do that 3 times a day. He wouldn't do the 15 miles all in one, sprint. He'd do it 5 miles 3 days. And I helped him once with the car. He did.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
33 miles an hour.
Huh. Lucky he didn't veer right in front of the car. That would have sucked.
Oh, no, he was real good about that. He'd run on the boulevard or on, the side of the road. He never ever did mess up, and sometimes he'd run in front of the car to slow me down. But that is only when we started off. Once he started sprinting, he'd stay off to the side of the car. I have some really good video footage of him in his prime when he was running.
Talking about video footage, this is like way off the subject. Sorry about that, but I was just curious. Do you have any pictures from Rumpus's equipment that he's got set up? You just made me think about that.
Yeah, but I'll leave it to Rumpus what he wants to disclose. Yeah, I have access into his G drive, but I don't want to go down that road without his permission.
Okay, what's the like? I'm just curious. Like, I mean, he can do what he wants with it. Of course, it's his information. But what's the holdup if he is planning on letting it out? Like, why wouldn't he just show some pictures and stuff?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him. I mean, I've always been a little puzzled as to the secretive nature of everything in what he does. But that's him. That's his prerogative. I know that he's had difficulties fighting the brush and the nettles and stuff. It's not quite as convenient for him to set up his targets as it was for me. With me, in the wintertime, I could go out with snowmobile or my truck and just drive to the location. It's not quite the same for him. He has to actually hike in by foot, which really slows up the procedure. And they've done quite a bit, I guess, over the last month. They've been going out every month or every weekend and doing something more. So it's just taking some time to get the target, finding proper spots in which to erect the targets and stuff.
Oh, okay. So the targets aren't erected as of yet.
He's had success, I guess, in 2 spots at his 2.5, but he hasn't yet got them both set up simultaneously. It's basically working through proof of principle right now, as far as I can tell.
So they're not permanent targets. He takes them.
No, he has to take them down. Yeah.
But does he leave the target itself in position, like at the spot, or does he got to take it home every day?
I'm not exactly sure on what goes. I know they leave behind some equipment and have a spot where they can store some of the stuff. But for the way I understand it, it tends to be a logistical problem because he lives he has to drive 2 miles to get there from his home, and so there's a lot of time that's wasted in just getting to and from the spot.
2 miles, eh?
Yeah, well, I guess I don't know what average speeds are there in the UK. For here, a 2 mile drive would basically be about 100 miles, but it's probably slower there.
2 hour. 2 hour.
2
drive,
hours.
Right?
Oh, 2 hours. You said 2 miles drive at first.
You kept
George.
saying 2 miles, George.
Oh, did I? I meant 2 hours. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see.
2 hour drive. Yeah.
I was like, well, 2 miles doesn't seem like. Is he walking or like how's he getting there?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. 2 hour drive.
Oh, okay. It's all good. So no pictures anytime soon then? Doesn't sound like it, or do you know when he's going to release some, or?
I don't know. When I talk to him again, we generally talk every morning, so I'll mention it to him.
Oh, you guys talk over coffee or something, or your daily meetings?
Yeah, basically, yeah. When I get up in the morning, we generally have a discussion about some physics or topic of the day or something like that.
What would be an example of the topic of the day? Like, we're going to go to this room and destroy them with the globe?
No, it has nothing to do. Generally has nothing to do with FE. He and I have a lot of common interests in physics and working out certain problems. And a lot of times we're just working on mathematics together on a certain problem in electrodynamics or the trajectory of particles and stuff. Gravitational things. It generally has nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth or anything. We just have some common interests that we talk about.
You guys sound like you're close. Did you know him before? Like, did you guys meet on here?
No.
You must have knew him before here.
No, we met online.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. When I first discovered YouTube videos, the first YouTube video I ever saw was Richard Dawkins interviewing Wendy Wright. And we basically found each other in the comment section there. The first person I ever dealt with online was Steve McRae, and I was part of his what do you call it? Great Earth community or something like that. And I was on there for about a year, and I met Rumpus, and then I met Cordis there and a few others, and then I went into the Earth discussions room and then got to know more about the globe Earth, flat Earth.
Or do they have a special kind of private room, you mean, or?
No, just in the general chat, just like here.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Back in the day with the
Yes,
ED
this is basic
2.0, there
your
would
flat
typically
Earth,
be anywhere from
geometry
30 to 40
class,
people in the chat in the room, just like you have here.
Mm-hmm. Which room's that though, George? What are you talking about? Where's that at?
I'm saying no longer exists. They took down the ED server a few years ago. It was disbanded, and then a lot of the participants from that server moved over to Gem Panda server.
Okay, so that was pre-Gem Panda then. So that's where like Cordis and all these people come from, that room you're talking about that got shut down?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I didn't know that. That's something I just learned today.
Yeah,
So
I mean, guys like Curved, Cordis, I can't try to remember. Pure was there. Most of the people that for a good number of the people that you find in Gem server came from ED 2.0.
Huh. So you said Soundly too was in that other one?
Yeah.
What about people like Red's Rhetoric and Sean?
Oh
and
yeah.
all those?
Yeah. They all got started over there.
Oh, okay. So you guys kind of helped them get off, get their wings and get their feet off.
Yeah, we just all kind of spread out, after that.
Great.
Like I say, most people ended up over in Gem Panda server, and then from there, some split off and did their own server.
So, like, you guys probably help people like Red's Rhetoric get his formulas right for his videos and all that
Oh, yeah.
kind of shit.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And Sean, what was it? Not Sean Hawkins, the other Sean.
Sean G. You mean
No,
Sean G?
No, the one with the boobies. What's his name? Sean.
Huffrod.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Huffrod.
Yeah, Huffrod. Sean Hufford there.
Yeah.
Did
Hufford, yeah.
He was
there.
in with you guys
Sure.
too and stuff?
Yeah. And there were a lot of guys that were there that you don't find anymore. There was one guy that was real good with airplane flight and talked about I haven't seen him in years.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
Name sounds familiar. I might have come across them one time. It sounds familiar. What about? Do you know who Rock a Lot is, George? Is him and that crew? Were they a part of that at one time?
I'm not familiar with that name.
Or
What's that name?
Unirock? He goes by both.
Unirock. Oh no, Unirock was never part of it. He came from Steve McRae's server.
Oh, so that's a different sect altogether, a different group of guys.
Yes, it is. Now I remember. McRae called his channel the Great Debate Channel, and then he got hooked up with this.
Oh, you're cutting out there, George. I don't want to interrupt you. Oh, there you go. I think you're good now.
Yeah, I'm saying Steve McRae got hooked up with his name, last name, and they ran a channel together. The Great Debate. I guess it was the Great Debate Channel. Together for a while, and then they had a falling out. There were some financial disputes of the monies and stuff, and that got to be a real mess, and Unirock got involved with that, and I basically left that community because I just couldn't stand the bickering over money and stuff. They started getting pretty childish over it, in my opinion.
Right. So you were a part of. So if I understand this right, the two communities were kind of always separated from each other, but you were also a part of both of them at one point.
Okay, so you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Level is horizontal.
And
is good for you then, right?
so, like, who were the main players? Pretty much Steve and Unirock were the kind of the main players in that other group, or what?
No, Steve was a main player, and he used to have. There was a woman there that was a microbiologist called Greta in Germany, and she was there. The Brenda that you guys know from Minneapolis, she was an important player over in the Great Debate community. She was there quite a bit. We're talking about 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's a while ago. There's a kind of a burning question that some people want to know. They want to know what your favorite ice cream is too. It's a little off topic, but it is an interesting question.
Black cherry.
I really like black cherry ice cream too. That's a good ice cream actually. That and a good creamy cookies and cream ice cream. Probably my two favorites.
In the order I'd go black cherry, pistachio, and licorice.
All right on. Yeah, the tiger striped ice cream that has the licorice with the orange ice cream. That's good too.
But by far, black cherry is my favorite, especially when it's got a lot of good chunks of black cherry in it.
Agreed.
Hey, maybe we can watch. Maybe we can watch Jose draw next.
Who?
I was just making a joke.
Oh, okay. Well, anyhow, it was good learning some of that stuff. I'm gonna let SE. I gotta get my dogs in. I'm gonna let SE take over here.
Yeah, now that we had our water cooler talk, that was pretty interesting. That was nice. George, back
Yep.
to the subject matter, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about 2D, 3D, 4D, right? So we agreed that. Sorry?
Yes, carry on.
Okay, so I believe we agreed that 2D is like conceptual. It's not, we came to the understanding that it's not real, it's conceptual. Agreed?
I would say for the most part. I mean, everything in our world physically is three-dimensional. Everything has a length, width, and depth to it. I mean, there's no such thing as something being infinitely thin as to be classified as two-dimensional.
Great. So I'll ask you one more question and then I'll let the other guys get in. I don't want to hog the,
Yeah.
Now, you said something about 4D, correct?
Yeah. I mean, there's any number of dimensions mathematically.
You said 4, 5, 6, right? And you said those were conceptual, but 4D, you linked it with time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, in general relativity, space-time is described by four dimensions, three physical dimensions.
Usually they're saying that's a 4D, 4-dimension.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
Yeah. I mean, I accept Einstein's general theory of relativity. Mm-hmm.
So you believe that they took space and they took time, they put them together, space-time, and they made a fabric. You believe this?
They made a what? You said fab?
Sorry, fabric. They made the fabric of space-time. That's 4D. That's what you.
Yeah, the fabric isn't like a blanket or something. What we're talking about when we say the fabric of space-time, it's kind of this. It's hard for us to visualize this thing. It's just that space and time are described by the geometry of general relativity. You can't separate general relativity from the geometry of general relativity. Is gravity, in a sense, is a consequence of the geometry of space-time. So you're really getting into some pretty
bullshit.
No, not bullshit.
Yeah, for a lack of a better word. Yeah. Are you done? Are you done, George? I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Well, personally, I want to say one more thing, and then I'm sure other guys want to get in. Personally, I find it hard to live in such a world. I live in 3D, Euclidean, 3 space. So,
yeah,
to me, that's like La La Land.
Well, that's true. You do live in three physical dimensions, but we also have this dimension of time that Einstein showed that really isn't separate from three physical dimensions. They're kind of intertwined with one another and are described through the general theory of relativity. Is the mathematics of it. You have to introduce what's called complex variables. Is we have four coordinate systems. We have the x, the y, the z, length, width, depth, so to speak. And then we have the time dimension, which is described by ICT, where I is the square root of -1. It's the imaginary unit, I. And then C, the speed of light times time, is a length. So
did you say, sorry to interrupt you, just clarity. Did you say an imaginary unit? I is an imaginary unit?
It's what we call the imaginary unit in complex.
I'm glad you caught that too.
It's, complex numbers. The number system, starts from counting numbers, 1, 2, 3, that sort of thing. We call those the counting numbers. And if we add 0 to it, we call it the whole numbers. And the whole numbers, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are what we call the positive integers. And if we add the negative integers to that, then we have what are called the integers. Now, if we ratio the integers, where we don't have just whole numbers, what we have fractions, like an integer 1 divided by integer 2, that's 1/2. These are called rational numbers. Then there's a class of numbers that fit in between the rational numbers that we can't describe as a ratio of two integers. For example, pi. Pi cannot be represented as the ratio of two integers. And these are called the irrational numbers. And then if we take the irrational numbers together with the rational numbers and the integers, we call these the real numbers, the real number line. Then we found about 300 years ago another class of numbers, which we call the imaginary numbers. For example, you can't represent the square root of -2. We can't take the square root of a negative number in the real number system. We just don't know how to do it. What does square root of -2 means? It means that does a number exist that we square it, that we get a negative number? Well, nothing like that exists in the real number system. There is no number in the real number system that we can multiply by itself or square it and end up with a negative number. But there is a class of numbers that exists that do that. And
can I real quick here, George? Can you what's the square root of an object? Like, let's say I had a physical, tangible object.
Beginning with there are a set of rules.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Can you please wait your turn until George?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. SE's on it at the minute. You don't want to interrupt that.
Well, anyway.
Sorry, George.
Yeah, there's a class of numbers we call imaginary numbers such that their squares result in a negative number. And when we combine those with the real numbers, we have what are called complex numbers. That's the most complete number system there is, and the most complete system of numbers that we can use to do our math analysis with. For example, if we want to solve third order polynomials and stuff, there are certain roots of polynomials that can only be represented by imaginary or complex numbers. And what we call a complex number is a combination of a real number and an imaginary number. For example, 3 plus I2, that is a complex number. It has a real part to it, which is 3, and it has imaginary part to it called 2. And we put them together, we say 3 plus I2 in mathematics, or 3 plus J2 in electrical engineering. I and J are symbols that are used to represent what we call the imaginary unit, which is the square root of -1. Just like the symbol, Greek symbol pi is used to represent 3.141592655, and so on. Or E is used to represent the number 2.712828. Just a second. I thought the phone stopped ringing. Anyway, these are just symbols used to represent a particular number. So, yeah, I mean, so I'm done. Anyway, what else, Montreal?
Well, you kind of blew my mind there, George. That was like a lot to take in there, Like, the square root of -1, what would that be?
Well, I'm saying there's no way to really talk about it in the real number system, so we established another set of numbers called imaginary number. That's what the square root of -1 is. I represents square root of -1. So when we square I, we get -1. I is a particular imaginary number, just like pi is or E is. Mathematically, it represents a particular number, which we call the imaginary unit, which is a square root of -1. Such when we square I, we get -1. This is the property, this is the behavior of imaginary numbers. Imaginary numbers are those whose squares are negative numbers.
Wow, that's kind of mind-blowing. You see, for somebody like me to me, that sounds like fantastical, like something made up, like an imaginary number. Like, what are you supposed to do with an imaginary number? I mean, I can't make heads of tails. maybe somebody else that's good in mathematics wanna handle this one. I mean,
Go ahead.
to me, this is gibberish. I mean, I can't make
Be gibberish, but until you use it and see it, I mean, it's a very, very powerful mathematics.
Well, that's what
maybe
I
it's
was
above my pay grade. Can somebody else take over that's good in this imaginary mathematical stuff?
Can
please?
I just point out that it's just a square number that is a minus, right? It's a square root that leaves you with a minus number. That's right, isn't it, Judge?
Well, the thing is an imaginary number is that number whose square, or if you multiply it by itself, you get a negative number.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You get a minus number, right? So it doesn't
a negative
exist.
number.
Yeah.
Of it.
I mean, like,
so I was
if
right.
somebody was
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
to ask you for the area of something and you came back with a negative number, they'd say, that's fucking imaginary, right? And you go, yeah, it is.
Okay, so I'm not the only one. I'm not going crazy. Okay, thanks,
Well,
Bev.
it's like the way I see it. It's like this, like you know how George said earlier that math is just a language, just like any other language, and you know, just like English, we can describe Narnia and we can work within Narnia and do things within Narnia, theoretically speaking. I know it's an extreme example to use Narnia, but really numbers are no different. You can create a world like Narnia and operate and work within Narnia, even though it's not reality. You can still make shit work, if you will, with numbers like that.
It's more than that. Actually, in the complex number system, I can work in the complex plane with these imaginary numbers and end up with real world results that describe reality.
Can you give us an example of how you would use like an imaginary number to come up with a proper equation? I mean, to me, it sounds mind-boggling.
Sure. Imaginary numbers or complex numbers in the complex plane, very useful in describing vectors. That is, the length and direction of a vector. And I can multiply complex numbers together and they represent the same thing as multiplying vectors together. Or if I want to add complex numbers, it's like adding vectors together tip to tail. I've done some videos on that if you're really interested, complex numbers and how you can use it to solve certain problems. But complex numbers can be represented in a XY type coordinate system, just like polar coordinates. You can give it a length and you can give it a direction, a magnitude.
Hold on, George. I don't want to interrupt you, but I want clarity. You said a vector, right? It's useful in vectors.
Uh-huh.
Can you have a negative vector?
No.
So how would you use a negative?
Sorry. A negative vector, yes. I mean, you can multiply a vector by -1, but what that means physically is that you're just flipping the vector. It's directed in the opposite direction. If I have a vector A, -A means that vector A has just been flipped and going in the opposite direction. That's what it means.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but I was just wondering, George, are you able to give like a practical example of where this math is useful? For instance, what I mean by practical is I can say I'm traveling 10 miles an hour and I'm trying to go to a distance that's 5 miles or 50 miles away. Sorry, I know it's going to take me 50 hours. Like that's a practical, real life, tangible, provable example. Do you have a simple example like that?
Yeah, actually, can't remember the exact problem, but they're a really nice little book if you guys want to read. It was by George Gamow, Gamow. He's a Russian physicist, and he published a book long time ago. Very easy read. You can find it in paperback, maybe even less. It's called 1, 2, 3, Infinity. And he did a problem in there that was kind of cute. It had to do with using complex numbers and a buried treasure from pirates buried treasure. And the treasure map gave descriptions as to how to find the treasure. And the problem is it described measuring distances from a tree, but when the people went to get the treasure, the tree was no longer there. And they were able to use complex mathematics in order to figure out where the treasure was.
So back to the negative vector, if we may.
Is it practical, maybe?
Yeah, like I don't think that was. I don't want to be argumentative, George, but I don't feel like that was a practical example. It was more like a somewhat of a story.
It is a practical example. Allowed them to find the treasure. That's very.
Right, it was backwards engineering. They backwards engineered the numbers. That's all they did.
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
That's not practical because it needs to be set up beforehand.
Just
like,
so you
something
know,
practical.
Right to hand, I just need to warn you, George is probably not going to put up with your style of conversation, so you'll have to take it back a notch or two if you're going to have a conversation with him.
I'm just giving you the ideas. That
I know. I'm just saying you got to give him a chance to get a. He'll, we want to be respectful to him. So.
Explain it to him correctly. We agreed to let George finish his sentences. That's it.
I haven't interrupted.
God scalpel. I could probably come up with some examples for you, but I'd have to think about it a little bit. But the thing is complex numbers and trigonometry are inexorably tied together. I can derive all the equations, all the various laws in trigonometry using complex numbers, and I can do it very quickly and very efficiently. Whereas if you're to try to go from basic principles using algebra and trigonometry, it'd take a lot of paperwork and a lot of calculations to do that. Whereas with complex numbers, it almost just falls out. It's really quite beautiful how complex mathematics allows you to get at the roots of trigonometric equations like the law of cosines, law of sines, how to what does sine squared plus cosine squared equal, what's the cosine of twice an angle related to just single angles, all that sort of stuff. I've done videos on it.
George, to be fair, you got to keep your sentences a little bit more concise, though, bro.
Yeah, but all I'm trying to say is that complex mathematics is very, very useful and, can give us a lot of information and allow us to get to laws and properties of numbers that would otherwise take an awful lot of figuring.
Okay, can Right the Hand ask you a question now?
Yeah.
Can I just point out that trig is Euclidean geometry?
Yeah, so a lot of those properties and stuff that you're used to in Euclidean geometry or with trigonometry are very easily handled in the complex number system.
I just want to know, how does how does the square rooting something connect to reality, right? Like is square rooting purely, when you square root something, is that purely mental religion, or can you do something in reality?
Of course, the square roots of numbers or cube roots of numbers have, I don't know what you mean in terms of reality, what you're trying to get at.
Like in reality, can I use the square root function to gain information about the world, or is it something solely built? Okay, so show me an example of in the real world how I square root something.
Suppose you have an area. I have an area of 10 square feet. I want to know what length of size of the square would give me that area. The square root of 100 is 10, so that tells me a square.
George, are you moving around? because you're breaking up a bit.
Just
that sounds like you just.
Okay, suppose you have, you want to know what size square would give me an area of 100 square feet. So I start with 100 square feet, I take the square root of it, and that tells me the square root of 100 is 10, so that tells me I can make a square pad with 10 feet on the side, 10 feet by 10 feet, and that'd give me 100 square feet.
Euclidean. Yeah.
Yeah,
basic,
that sounds
basic
Euclidean
geometry.
Actually, it sounded like division, not square rooting. It sounded like division, which we already have, right?
Also, by the way, that's the style of example I was looking for earlier, just so you know, George. And I know you said you'd come up with one later. I'm just saying that's what I was kind of looking for.
Well, you can do something more complicated. For example, suppose you have that is the amount of concrete that would fill a volume 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet, or 27 cubic feet. So suppose you have a yard of concrete and you want to lay it out. You want to know what size pad to make a square that what's the largest square that I can make that would be, say, a half a foot thick using 1 yard of concrete. Well, half a yard of concrete would give us a square unit of 2 times 27, or 54 square feet. So what size square, how long does this pad have to be on each side to the 1 yard of concrete can fill up that volume, a half a foot thick, that is a square? Well, the square root of 54 is 7.35, roughly 7.35 feet. So if I make a pad 7.35 feet on length and width, half a foot thick, that would the concrete would just fill that up. 1 yard of concrete would fill that up. So I took the square root of 54, and that told me how big of a pad I could make.
I can't hear him at all.
Is he breaking up for anyone else or just me?
Yeah, he does this every now and again.
Yeah,
it might be because his mic, he was rambling on monologue. His mic cuts off after he's been monologuing for a bit.
It overheats.
I think so.
It
Yeah.
overheats.
His mic gets bored.
I feel you, George.
Yeah.
I do that to my internet. They can't keep up.
Well, no. You have to understand, this laptop went through a fire that destroyed my house, and I haven't had time to get another computer. This one's been damaged and
smoke damaged or heat damaged.
Pardon?
Smoke damage or heat damage.
Both. I mean, some of my USB ports are melted. I can't put a USB plug in it because it's been distorted. The plastic has been melted. I was lucky to get this one operating. I mean, the screen was soot black. I had to take oven cleaner to get the soot off the screen, and I had to clean up the keyboard and stuff. So it's just limping along.
Since you're here, George, and there's quite a few people in here, we might point out that we are taking a stand with Sean Hawkins. To the extent that me personally, I stand with Sean. I'm not going to talk to anyone about lights in the sky unless Sean Hawkins is present. He's not getting the credit he deserves, and he's getting pushed out of the community. So,
yep, pushed out of what?
I stand with Sean. Proud.
Again. You said he's getting pushed out of a community. What community is he getting pushed out of?
I don't know. He said in his video. So we're just trying to do all we can to help.
I don't hear.
We don't imagine what this place would be like without Sean.
Hang on, Bev. Something happened to my audio. I don't hear
Okay, I just wanted to point that out to anybody. Anybody wants to help us with that?
Okay, your audio's back to me now. I don't know what happened there. So what's happening with Sean? What community is he being pushed out of?
I don't know. Whatever community he's in. I mean, what community was Sean in?
I don't know.
He was saying that nobody promotes his videos and nobody watches his live streams. Turned into a bit of a snowflake, but I mean, we know that. I mean,
know.
Perhaps it's the snowflake community, George. You might know it.
I don't.
You sure?
I don't know what that means. I mean, not many people promote my channel or videos. I don't care. I mean, I don't see what the problem.
When was the last?
What's your best argument then, George? I mean, we can do a similar deal. Make sure that you're always there for your. What's your favourite argument? I mean, surely you've heard of Sean's the Polaris challenge, the mountain biking one in Yorkshire. That's Sean's particular one, but I mean, he gets upset if anybody doesn't use his argument. So we're, like I say, we're all I'm pointing out is that while we're here and there's a few people around, everybody can hear that me personally, I stand with Sean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Promote him. I mean,
so if I could ask you to aid us in that by not talking about any of the lights in the sky unless you personally. It is, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I don't have
the same hash showing smokes.
So yeah, do you have an argument that you would like people to support, George?
No.
No. Okay. So there's no way you would like us to help you within the community.
I'm not into this thing other than coming into other people's homes. My channel is not about flat Earth, globe Earth. My channel is about discussing problems in physics and mathematics, and sometimes I will address certain issues that people bring up, but it's out of my 130 videos or so, I'd say probably about a half, maybe a handful, 5 or less, addresses any globe Earth, flat Earth issues.
Yeah, what would you about communication here? That's all this is about, George. We're not on about flat Earth or globe Earth. I mean, we say we're in the middle. We just live in reality, watching two people discuss models and argue with each other about models.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You could say we're like the real numbers, right, of all the numbers, and then
and the communication,
the other ones, they're
right?
Imaginary numbers.
We have to learn to be able to communicate with each other, and if we can't do that, then what do? We just end up shouting at each other.
I want to ask a question. He said something about you said your show is about physics and mathematics. Is that what you said?
Yeah, my channel is basically about physics and mathematics. Sometimes I'll do some chemistry, but it's basically a channel more for university students that have questions, and I try to solve problems for them and show them how to solve problems in calculus and higher level mathematics.
Okay, so you say physics and mathematics. Do you consider those two things the same?
No.
Okay.
Physics uses the mathematical tools to help describe and solve problems. Mathematics is a tool. It's kind of like having a toolbox. You got a hammer and a saw and that sort of thing. Mathematics is just a tool in your toolbox to allow you to solve problems and build structures.
To solve problems or to describe certain things? Because isn't science physics, and that's based on experiment?
You can conduct experiments. Sometimes you use mathematics to design experiments. It helps you design experiments and analyze the results of your experiments. Like I say, it's a tool. It isn't physics in and of itself. I mean, mathematics is the language, we say it's the language of science and engineering. It allows scientists and engineers to model and describe the real world and solve problems within the real world. I mean, how would you solve, say, I'm standing on the earth, I'm holding a baseball, a hard ball in my hand, I throw it up at, say, 30 meters a second at an angle of 30 degrees with respect to the horizontal, and I want to know how far it's going to go out before it hits the earth, say, neglecting atmospheric air drag. I mean, the mathematics in which I modeled that allows me to solve how far out the
Did you
baseball.
say? Sorry, go ahead. Did you say neglecting the atmosphere? How can you do that when you
say we
the atmosphere?
Again, sometimes we first start, the simplest problem is we idealize our problems a lot of time. First thing we do is we neglect the atmosphere. Then we can start adding atmospheric drag in. You start with the simpler problem first and get the result. Then if I add the atmosphere in, I've got something I can compare the result to tell me if I headed in the right direction. You can add any degree of complication into a problem that you want. You can add in wind speed, you can add atmospheric drag, you can that sort of thing. But what we find, say with a softball, as long as the weight to surface area ratio is small, that is, a sphere gives you the best. That's why we have baseballs like, that are spherical. Is and as long as the weight of that object, of that ball, is sufficient given its surface area, atmospheric drag will be a function of the surface area of the object. And you want an object, for example, to have a sufficient amount of weight so that when you throw it and it goes through the air, there isn't much drag, like a steel ball, something like a piece of styrofoam in a ball doesn't have very much weight. And it's going to be affected greatly by atmospheric drag if you throw it, whereas a steel ball will not. So what we find is that as long as you have an object with sufficient amount of weight, the result that we get when we do the math analysis and compare it to the weight. So for all
Is Sean Hawkins joining also?
practical purposes, we have very little error if we neglect atmospheric drag for these objects that we throw. However, if you say shoot the object like with a rifle, atmospheric drag now starts becoming significant. As the velocity increases, atmospheric drag goes as the velocity squared. So now we have to start adding in these types of things like for a rifle shot, whereas we don't really have to do it when you throw a baseball.
So how would your math determine how fast or how far a feather will fly? I'm just curious. How can you use math to determine that?
You just solve the dynamics of the problem, the trajectory, and look at the surface area and how much atmospheric drag. What we mean by atmospheric drag is what kind of force is put on the surface area of that object in relation to its velocity. I mean, the atmospheric drag acts opposite to the direction of motion. So this can all be modeled very easily.
I was just confused. I thought you said it had to be a certain weight or density for it to work.
No.
Okay.
Is you will find that you end up with minimal errors in neglecting atmospheric drag if the weight of the object is of sufficient magnitude. If you have, say if take a feather, okay, and now take a piece of lead and fashion it in the shape of a feather, and you throw them both, you will find that the lead feather will
I'm not hearing anything. I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything you just said there.
Okay. Sorry. What I'm saying is, say, take a feather from a bird. Okay? Now, it's very light. It has a lot of surface area. There's a lot of surface area in relationship to its weight. Are you hearing that okay?
Just the surface area for its weight. That's the only thing I heard. Is it me, or is he going out for everybody else?
Yeah, he's gone into that cutting out stage. His mic's over.
Are you moving around?
No. Like I say, the computer is crippled.
All right.
Let me back out of Discord and I'll restart everything. Maybe that will correct it. I'll be back here in a little bit.
It's going well though.
I wonder if he could figure out the atmospheric drag of a photon.
No, please don't do that. We just want to go to the basic.
No, I'm letting you.
Like I don't want
go.
to hear anybody talking about higher level mathematics, because there would only be that person and George, and you'd both just be making shit up, right? I don't want to hear any of that. I don't. There's not much point asking George anything like that. Just stick to the basics that what simple people would be able to understand. When I say simple people, I mean everyday people. Because it's no good. Like, none of us here are brain engineers. So like that one, that's a good one. I just made that up.
I know, you nearly called me simple then as well. I was like, beating him up.
Yeah.
Did George leave again?
He's gone to go and restart his PC because it's fire damaged. Had smoke, sorry, he's got smoke damage. Fire and smoke damage. He's got a couple of his ports are all melted. He can't fit USBs in the side of his PC because it's melted.
Yeah, I heard while he was saying it. Yeah.
I feel sorry for him. I mean, if that doesn't prove that he had a fire, to show what did, what would. I like the treasure maps as well. Did you? One of his proofs of
mathematically
non-Euclidean geometry in reality was treasure maps. I really like that. A tree that was missing on a treasure map, and they still found the treasure. Sounds like a fantasy film, doesn't it? That you might have watched at the weekend, but you never know. Might be real.
Yeah, the example of negative numbers to make a positive. Yeah.
I like that as well. Unicorns pointed out there as well that it doesn't really sound like George wants to stand with Sean. Like, they actually might be pushing Sean out. That'd be terrible to see. Can you imagine this?
Him and Ranty alone on the island.
This arena without Sean Hawkins in it. I mean, what would it be like?
Peaceful.
Well, I mean, they must have been pushing him out for quite a while because he's not been on any shows at all. Like, we keep offering Sean to come in here, but those guys must be stopping him. You can hear what they're doing to him. They mustn't want Sean to talk, which is wrong. We should have Sean doing presentations on the lights in the sky weekly on all of the shows. I mean, the amount of material he's got, he's been at this for years, Sean Hawkins has. Imagine all that research. They just want to get rid of him. I stand with Sean. No talk of lights in the sky without Sean Hawkins in the room. You can look at Essie's pictures of all that. That's all right, isn't it, Essie? But no talk about it.
Sure.
Has he done anything? Has he ever asked you about anything? About your pictures of the lights in the sky?
Not once.
They must have kept him away from even talking to you about it. What?
Well, me and Sean go way back.
Mm-mm. Yeah, there must have been some sort of an order gone out to stop Sean from talking to anyone.
He was the first baller I had a debate with. Well, it was supposed to be a proper debate, but you know how it happens. The host always, brings up stuff and on their side. But yeah, it was close to a debate as you can get.
Well, would you like, seeing as we're here, would you like to have an encore, right? A round two? Could we say it was a draw? That first one be a gentleman's draw, and we could have another debate.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
That sounds good. We stand with Sean. Extra content. We'll try promoting it.
I warn you, it was on the Coriolis, so you got to be prepared.
Well, listen, no doubt be lights in the sky, right? That's his speciality.
I had one where I said he believes everything, right? He just has blind faith in it. And then he comes in, and one of the first things he says is, "I believe the Earth is a ball." And I was like, okay, yeah, that's it. Done.
Yeah, that was what paid NASA shielded as well. That's NASA's main position in opening an argument. It's basically what he said.
Earth ball, prove me
George
wrong.
is back.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, George. Sorry for talking. Don't want to interrupt you. I'll go back on mute.
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm not here to interrupt your discussions. I mean, if you have a particular question, I'll try to answer it as best I can for you. But I'm not here to try to take over the show.
You want to hang out? You want to hang out? Want to be one of the guys? And girls.
Yeah, maybe you can. I was just going to ask your thoughts on something, actually. Why do you think when you only double your speed, you quadruple it?
That's been experimentally determined, empirically determined. And it also can be derived first principles of knowing the characteristics of air molecules and modeling the atmosphere. You can derive it. But it was first understood just because of doing tests, is to measure air resistance as you change the speed of, an object of a given shape. In fact, we have coefficients that have been determined for objects of different shapes, whether you have a sphere, you have say a cylinder, or a cube or something like that. The air resistances are different, and you can go to the engineering tables and get what these coefficients are, because they've all been determined empirically as well as calculated theoretically. But that's the way drag works, whether it be in a fluid, whether it be air or water or oil or whatever, is the amount of drag goes as a square of the velocity. Now, it's not a linear thing. You double the velocity, the drag goes up by a factor of 4, the square of the velocity.
Can I ask a real quick question? A little bit off topic, but I promise I won't change the topic. It's a real yes or no question.
Ask.
Yeah, so earlier when you were talking about that room that you guys all kind of started in, I was just curious, was Zanuck one of the people that was in that room too? I like Zanuck, he's alright.
No, not that I remember. Zanuck probably came after ED 2.0. I don't rightly remember. I mean,
no, that's fine.
It's
I didn't want
to these days for me.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I don't want to take away from what you guys were talking about. It was just a question that I wanted to eventually ask. I was waiting for a quiet moment.
Yeah. Well, God, you have to remember, like in ED 2.0, just like in any hangout, there were certain principles that were always there all the time, and dominating the conversation. There were guys like, Red's rhetoric, curved water.
How about Merle? Was Merle around then?
Ah, gosh. Yeah, I think he might have started appearing near the end of ED 2.0. Yeah, I do recollect I think he was there.
Who was there first?
Pardon?
Who was the OG?
Who was what?
The OG, the original. Who was there first?
I don't know. I like I say, ED 2.0 was going well before I started becoming,
what year? What year would you say that was that you started in there, like the 2.0 version?
Oh yeah, exactly. I can tell you.
No,
exactly.
but roughly. Oh, you can tell me
exactly. Yeah.
Oh, when?
My first video that I put out was like January 2017. That's when I first joined.
2017, eh? That was a 2.0 server. That wasn't even.
Yes.
So something was in the works well before that one, and then disbanded.
I mean, there were guys. Yeah, there were guys like that were there years before me.
Huh. And what about like? This is kind of a funny question, maybe, but that Curve, did he have a shit mic back then too?
I don't know.
Oh,
that's where George has got his mic from.
He's got his old mic.
Yes. Well, it got passed on from Curve to Rob Keane, and now George has got it.
I'm sorry, that was just a funny question.
Can I ask my first question from before?
Risky. Go on.
Would anybody be upset if I did?
Go ahead, ask. You got the room.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask about one specific thing. Okay. So, you said that they found the gravity waves. Mathematically, using math, they found the gravity waves. Did they find them in the math, or did they find them in reality?
Gravity waves were predicted back in the early 1900s when Einstein came out with his general theory of relativity. The solutions to general relativity predicted gravity waves. We knew this back in the 1930s, and it wasn't until quite recently that we have the technology to build an apparatus to actually try to detect them, which we have done. So they have been found also in reality.
Okay, I'm sorry, you broke up. You said in reality they actually have built a device that what?
That detected them. That's what the LIGO is all about.
How does it detect them? I'm just curious. Is it picking up something physical or something mathematical?
Physical. The way I think SE Montreal might have looked into this more than I have. I haven't really looked in depth on what the LIGO apparatus is, but I do believe there's something that physically changes within the two arms of the LIGO. As there's some stretching and compressing of space-time that can be detected, that you have these two arms that are at right angles to one another, and as a gravitational wave passes by these two arms, one of the arms will change size relative to the other one. And we're talking very, very small changes, a couple of atoms maybe in diameter sort of thing. But that's about all I know of the LIGO. I haven't really looked at it in depth.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand this. A man-made device reacts a certain way when you do certain things, therefore gravity waves. Is that what essentially what you're saying?
Sort of is. It gave us
I'm not hearing anything. Sorry, I'm not hearing a single word.
Yeah, you're cutting out there, George.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do. Maybe I need.
It's okay. Keep going. Keep going. We'll tell you when you.
Well, all I'm saying here is the way I understand it is that the mathematics, the theory, the modeling of Einstein's general theory of relativity gave us insights in direction, pointing us in the direction as to what type of apparatus we need to build in order to detect these waves. And from the mathematics and the construction of how we construct the LIGO, the mathematics tells us how the image will behave, and so they look for that and make sure that there isn't anything else that would cause it to react in the same way. So when they did find the apparatus reacting in a certain way, they knew that this only could be a result of gravitational waves passing through the device.
Oh, could be.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, so they didn't actually find them. They
did find them.
I'm sorry. They took the data from the device that they created. And did you say that thing did something to space-time? Did you say like crushed or bent space-time or something?
Okay, let him answer now. Let him answer.
No, I'm saying the gravitational wave, as it passed through the device, caused the gravitational waves. Now, the way physicists do things in experiments is they like to find what's called a 5 sigma confidence level. That is, when you look at your data statistically, you want to be out at the 5 standard deviations, which gives you like a 99.99% confidence level. It's never going to be 100%, but they're pretty damn sure what they were looking for, they found, because it is at a 5 sigma confidence level.
Did you say a sigma confidence? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so
okay. Just a minute, just to answer Montreal. I'm sorry, Montreal. Sometimes I get, I forget about the jargon. Sigma, the Greek signal sigma, is used to represent what's called 1 standard deviation in statistics. So when we say 5 sigma confidence level, what we mean is that the data is all grouped within plus or minus 5 standard deviations. When you look on a Gaussian probability curve population of data, it basically meaning that the tails of uncertainty are very, very small, and your confidence level is very, very high.
Now, wouldn't that be if you're expecting that? That's why your confidence is so high? You're assuming this is going to happen?
It's more than just assumptions. I mean, you work through the mathematics of it all and look at all the possibilities that could possibly cause the apparatus to react in that fashion, that you're pretty damn confident that it's only gravitational waves that can do that. I mean, these apparatuses are constructed in such a way that it rejects other stimuli that could possibly cause it to react in that fashion.
Is a gravitational wave physical? Like it's a physical object that can affect other physical objects?
Is light physical? Are photons physical?
Bro, these are, well, here's the thing. When you say we have an apparatus, right? Now, I think the point Scrat was trying to make is that you never saw, observed, sensed a gravitational wave, right? You have an effect from these plates. Now, from that, you can extrapolate that God did it, right? But you've never seen God. You've never demonstrated God. You've never observed God. It's just your belief in why that effect happened. I feel like that's kind of the same thing with this quote-unquote gravitational wave. Because you'll never be able to show somebody what a gravitational wave is, right? And be like, look at this thing, the gravitational wave, and watch it do what it does. We can't do that. We can only watch an effect and then attribute some unseen processes behind the back door, right? If I'm hearing you right, Flash.
Yeah, like it could be unicorns and leprechauns and unicorns, but you know, you don't like you're theorizing that this must be gravity waves that's doing it.
Not really.
That's exactly right.
That's not really true. You've devised the apparatus so it doesn't react to unicorns or pink flamingos. It reacts only to gravitational waves. The thing is just like light photons hitting your eye. Your eye reacts to it. It's sensor. The LIGO gravitational wave detector is just like your eye. It's a sensor. Your eye just happens to be sensitive to photons of a certain wavelength in a certain region from around 300 nanometers to 750 nanometers. 750 nanometer light hitting your retina, we perceive it as red light. 300 nanometer photons, we perceive it as being blue or violet light. And it's
How do you construct a device? How do you construct a device to detect things that you've never detected?
I was gonna say, like, gravity isn't a tangible thing exactly. That, like, you can't taste it, smell it, touch it, you know, manipulate it. So how do you know that that's what I mean when I say unicorns and leprechauns? It could be unicorns and leprechauns, but your preconceived ideas makes you think it's gravity.
No, it's not conceived ideas. You look at the modeling. You look at Einstein's field equations, and from those field equations, you can infer how to build the apparatus so it's only sensitive and will only detect or react to the gravitational waves and not wind or not earthquakes or.
Okay, again, how do you build something that only detects something?
Roboting?
Yeah, you're roboting.
Yeah,
Scott.
he's as bad as George.
That's what
I
you
think his
sound
point.
like, George.
I'd like to sum. I can sum his point up. If you like with an earthquake, we can shake a table and see the stuff move on it, so we know how to detect for vibrations, right? How do you detect for this wave when you have no idea how it influences objects to know how to design your equipment?
We do know how it influences objects through the mathematics of Einstein's field equations. Just like electrodynamics. Just like electrodynamics, I can take Maxwell's equations, fundamental equations of electrodynamics, which we call Maxwell's equation. I can pose certain boundary conditions and solve the equations and know how it's going to react. I can know how light of a certain frequency is going to refract in the atmosphere mathematically by using Maxwell's field equations, the equations of electrodynamics.
What do they call field equations? Like, why did they use the phrase field equations? Why don't they just call it an equation? What's the field part about?
Field has to describe, it has to do with vectors and electromagnetic waves is, for example, take a charged, take a balloon and you rub it on your head to charge on it. And there is, it can, you can stick it up to a wall or you can put it near your head and you can kind of feel.
So like force field type idea.
Yeah.
You're breaking up, dude, unless it's me.
I'm losing him.
I don't hear anything. The field has to do about representing every point in space with a vector that gives you a magnitude and a direction in which the forces represent are in 3D space. You know, every point in space, for example, if you take a magnet and put it under a sheet of paper and you sprinkle metal filings on top, you can see the lines of force. You can see the field lines. And at every point in these filings that have given you this pattern, you've probably seen these patterns where you end up with these kind of elliptical patterns around the magnet. And at every point there, you can represent the intensity and the direction of that field line with a little vector. We call that a vector field when you represent every point in space with a vector that has a particular direction and magnitude that points parallel to the force that you're going to feel at any point in space. If you, say, take a test, a piece of test metal and try to determine how it's going to move within that field.
Okay, so you said that through Einstein's field equations, you can determine how gravity will work. How does that work when his field equations only work with one mass and you need two masses for gravity?
Well, that's not true. Works for any number of masses.
Everything I've ever heard about Einstein's field equations,
it doesn't work
only
for
work
three.
with
It
one
doesn't
mass.
work for three.
Well,
it only works with
probably
two.
heard
It
wrong.
doesn't work for three or more. That's
You
the
heard wrong. This whole thing, I keep seeing people posting about. I keep seeing people posting about the three body. What the three body problem means is that the equation. It doesn't mean that the equations can't be solved. It means that they can't be solved in what we call closed form. That is, that you can derive one equation that that has different parameters in it, that if you plug in the parameters, it will give you the result. That is called closed form. There's very few problems that we can solve in closed form, whether it be in gravity or electrodynamics or chemistry or whatever. What we have are very powerful computers, and what we do is we represent the equations in what we call with a set of coupled differential equations, and we solve it numerically. We can solve the problems always numerically by iterative techniques using a computer, but we might not be able to, say, come out with an equation like we say y equals x to the fifth plus 3 times x to the fourth plus minus 2 times x to the third. We can't get a closed form like that, but we can solve it numerically.
So, like in reality, I drop a rock. There's no equation for that, and we got to figure it out? Is that what you're saying?
If you drop a rock, what?
So, like, you're saying we got to find the solutions to these equations, or you're like, oh, we can't figure out. Like, I'm trying to find out where the unknown is. You know, where's this unknown? It seems like you're making something up so that it can complete itself, right? Like it's totally self-contained and outside of reality. Like when I drop an apple or a rock, I can see it going to the ground. Now you're saying, well, there's an equation that could describe that. We haven't figured it out yet. And I'm like, no, there's no
No, I did not say that. Now in that case of dropping off a tree, you dropping it off a building, we can describe that in closed form. That's an easy problem.
Okay.
That can easily be solved in closed form. if we want to say, try to describe, say, a projectile in a fluid like water that's being shot at a very high velocity, like a rifle shooting a bullet into a pool of water, we might not be able to describe that fully in closed form, but we can get the solution to that numerically, that we do it iteratively, and then the computer would give us the coordinates of the path of the trajectory, and we can plot it out to know how it's going to behave.
Okay, hold on, but I don't think you understood what I said. Okay, so we shoot the bullet into the water. Now, that reality gave us all of the information that we're going to need, right? We saw the bullet come out. We saw it go into the water. Now, you're saying there's information we don't have, right? We got to figure it out. It's hard. We got to do an equation, right? What is that information that we don't have that we're trying to figure out when we've observed the phenomena?
I didn't say that.
You said it would be tough to figure out the yeah, you would be like, oh, well, if you shot a projectile into water, it would be tough to figure out the equation and this and that.
No, I did not imply. I did not imply that there's information that we do not have. We can have complete information, but we might not be able to describe it with differential equations easily that can be solved. There's a whole class of differential equations, nonlinear differential equations, that we cannot solve in closed form, so we solve it numerically. We can do it with numerical iterative techniques, but we cannot find the solution in closed form using elementary functions. What we mean by elementary functions are things like polynomials, trig functions, and exponentials. Now, we can sometimes describe the solutions to some of these equations, these nonlinear differential equations, using what we call special functions, like Bessel functions, Hankel functions, Legendre polynomials, these sorts of things that are non-standard functions like exponentials and trig functions. These everybody knows. There's whole classes of special functions that have been developed to describe the solutions to certain nonlinear differential equations. Now, those special functions may not be complete enough to describe some of the more esoteric nonlinear differential equations. Not all differential equations can be solved even using special functions, and we have to just do it numerically.
All right, but like, okay, I don't think you're capable of. I just don't think we're on the same page here.
Could be. I'm saying, even though we have all the information, we can always describe reality are described using differential equations. Now, it may take several differential equations that are what we call coupled differential equations, whole systems of differential equations, to describe a given phenomenon. However, to try to put all those equations together and come up with a nice, clean, little solution that is in closed form, that is just using polynomials, exponentials, and trig functions in a nice, what we call closed form, where you can write down a nice equation, that might not be possible. So we have to use numerical techniques. We can do it using numerical techniques on a computer. We can put in all these differential equations into the computer in a matrix form, and use what we call state space analysis or finite element analysis, and find solutions to those equations numerically, but we can't express it in a nice, clean mathematical form that you like seeing, something like y equals x squared plus 2. That's what we call closed form, where you can write something down explicitly like that. Not all problems have a nice explicit solution like that, because our mathematics is limited, that we can't always come up with nice, clean equations.
My point is there are no equations, right? When you shoot a bullet into water, there is no equation. Now, you can, in your mental mind, hold on. Let me get my whole thought out so you understand what I'm saying, right? So in your mind, you can try and describe the bullet and the water, and you can come up with this idea of how fast it went into it. But at the end of the day, the only true information you will ever have is the observed phenomenon, right? The bullet went in. Now you can try and extrapolate more through this thing you call math, but that brings you to start letting things do what you've never seen them do. And then you go, well, we have the math to know that a bullet, if it goes into the water, but if it was shot with enough force, it could just keep going around and around and around and around and around in the water, and it would never stop spinning, even though we'll never see that. So this is where math, you got to differentiate that math only can describe reality. It can't demonstrate something you haven't observed, which is what you love to do with your math.
I mean,
I'm not hearing
You're breaking up, George.
good. Am I breaking up now? Hello?
Yeah, he's gone.
We didn't hear anything, George.
Yeah. I don't want to sound like I'm interrupting him when I start talking when there's no sound in the room.
I'll quickly say good morning to, well, he's quiet. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Paige.
Morning, Paige.
Hi, Paige.
How is everybody?
Fine, thank you. Good to hear you.
Yeah, good to be here. Oh yeah, he's gone. No, I saw George's name and thought. Yeah, I wanted to hear what George was saying because it's been a long time since he's actually spoken up in a stream.
He's been a regular around here over the last few days.
Has he?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, the last couple of days, yeah. Yeah,
he's turned into a bit of a snowflake. I think his house burning down, the story of that and telling that seems to be troubling him, and he's not doing too well. That, and I think Rumpus is putting him under pressure as well.
Is there GoFundMe yet?
I don't think so yet, no. So it's really weird because he doesn't have any insurance or anything.
What?
Oh, he had £300,000 worth of surveying equipment and calibration stuff in there. And that's apart from the house and no insurance.
Wow. Okay.
It's probably a grease fire next to his laptop.
Is he in the States, George?
It melted his laptop. You could hear it. Yeah, Rainy Lake.
I thought you Americans had to have house insurance for
Rainy Lake house. He said he couldn't have insurance because he's got 2 fires inside his house.
Oh, he's disqualified.
Yeah,
he had 3 fires inside his house.
He got two fires. I mean, one of them singed his computer.
On fire.
Can't fit
Is it
his mic
Minnesota
in
that he lives in?
Rainy Lake, it was. Is the house at the side of the
Is that
lake?
Minnesota or is that Wisconsin?
Misnomer.
Oh, Jerry, he's back.
Yeah, I tried restarting everything. Maybe it'll...
G'day, George. How you doing?
Uh-oh, watch out.
Hello there, Paige. Actually,
Hello there, Paige.
This discussion's been going quite well. Actually, I've been quite pleased with it. So we can...
There now.
It's okay.
Let
That's
me do
another
that
one.
if you let us,
Another
George.
one on the mute button for you there, Joe. That's 4 then, okay? We'll go back on mute. Carry on, please.
What is Paige calling herself? I don't see Paige as Paige in the list.
Autodactic.
No, autodidactic. Autodidactic.
Sorry.
All right. Yeah, it's been a while since Paige and I have had any discussion. Several months. Actually, more than several months, probably a good half year now. So anyway, I'll go on mute and let you continue on.
Oh, George, I got a question. I can predict that I'm going to take 5 apples from you. And in using mathematics, I can do that. Even if you only have 2 apples, using mathematics, I can prove my prediction that I can take 5 apples from you. Now, here's the problem with you guys you're taking these predictions and using math to prove them. It doesn't mean it's reality. Because if you only had 2 apples, in reality, I can't take 5 from you. But I proved mathematically that I could. So that's what I see is you guys making these predictions and then using math, say, oh, look at this. It works out mathematically, therefore must be true.
Okay, that's the old Riley argument. If you have 2 apples and I'm going to take 5 apples from you, 2 minus 5 gives me a minus 3. All that means is that I owe you 3 apples. It's a deficit. It doesn't. In reality, I owe you 3 apples. That's all it means.
You've just invented the banking system, the debt system.
You can't.
I didn't get that. It was roboting.
Yeah, you've just invented. Oh, sorry.
No, I got that. Yeah, that is the banking system, Bev. Deficits and excesses.
But it's not real. There isn't a negative in reality, is there?
Well, it is. You just have to interpret. No, you just
there
have to
isn't
understand
even a nothing in reality.
Bev, you just have to understand what the negative number means. It represents a deficit. It says, I owe you 3 apples. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that there's somehow there's this imaginary 3 apples out in the vapor someplace. It just means there's a deficit. That's all.
Okay, but that's not my point, okay? What I said was that mathematically, I can take 5 apples from you, okay? But in reality, I cannot take 5 physical apples from you. Yes, you can owe me, but in reality, I cannot take 5 physical apples from you.
That's not really what it means. If you have 2 apples and you want to take 5 apples from me, I give you 2 apples and I owe you 3. That's what it means.
Am I roboting?
I don't hear anything from anybody.
It's hard to tell, George, because your mic's that bad and nobody wants to interrupt you. And in case you come back and we think you're talking, and then when you come back, you might get upset that somebody's talking.
Tell you what, this is what I'll do. So, is when I'm not speaking, I will mute my microphone, and then you will know.
Can you just say over when you finish?
Okay, Roger, over.
That's it. That sounds good. Over.
Oh, what if he says over and we can't hear him?
Over. You forgot to say over.
Just watch my microphone. Mute it when I'm really not speaking.
So the number thing, right? Can we agree that it's only mathematical? The negative, there's nothing like that in reality, right? Unless you want to talk about go from the water level and go. Actually, well, no, that's a pressure, isn't it? Actually, would you call that a negative pressure upwards? And a positive pressure downwards if you're using the water as your reference frame.
No, I would not do that. But I don't know why you get hung up on these negative
Nobody's
numbers.
getting hung up on it. Just like in reality, George, we just say there is no nothing. So you can't have less than nothing if you can't ever get to nothing. Like maths, all maths is in the negative is a way to use something that isn't there to develop a debt system through monetary gain, right? To put you in a negative
I can accept
state.
that. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'll go with that.
So there's no need to explain it mathematically because, I mean, that's all you're doing. Just explaining something mathematically where everybody knows it doesn't actually exist and you're just playing about with numbers. I mean, I think that's what Scrap was saying. Like, you can describe it mathematically, but that doesn't mean it happens in reality.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Thank you.
So, I mean, I think
would say that's a fair statement.
Yeah, it's a lot of the arguments that we seem to be having, George, is that you want to explain something to us that we know. And then when we're trying to point something out, you don't seem to realise that we're talking fundamentally about the problems, not that we don't understand what somebody said.
I caught this last part, but unfortunately, I saw your lights flashing. I don't know what's going on. Everything went dead for me, and I didn't hear the first part when you were talking about negative numbers and reality or whatever it was.
When you agreed with me that was...
Yeah, I agreed with you at one point, and then it all went silent for me. I didn't catch what
we were agreeing that negative numbers weren't real, weren't we?
Well, I have a hard time understanding what you mean by real. I mean,
somebody tell you you made a mistake when you said that?
Positive numbers real.
Can I use an example?
No.
Here. Hold on for a second. I put a gun to your head.
No.
And I demand, hold on for a second. And I demand that you take 5 apples from Bev. And if you don't do it, you die. But here's the problem. Bev only has 2 apples. Okay? Now in mathematics, you can actually do that. But in reality, you're going to get shot because you can't take 5 apples from him because he only has 2. Does that make it clear?
Oh, yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, sure, I can only take 2 apples from him, but I might want to try to get you and Bev to agree that I own 3 apples. So I don't get shot.
Okay, what if there is no compromise? You're demanding.
Then I guess I die.
5 apples. Okay, so that's reality. Okay, but here's the problem. In your maths, you can do it. All you have to do is just, here, he's going to owe me, here. But that's not reality, though.
Well, it is if we have an agreement. If we have an agreement that I can owe Bev 3 apples, and the mathematics correctly describes the situation.
I like to use the geometry whenever you're talking about this, right? So I use numbers and all of that for distances or for counting, right? It works the same with apples or whatever, but much better if you describe it in geometry as a distance, right? So you have a start point A, and then you measure a distance.
Oh, that's a good point.
Just doesn't exist. It's not there.
What's the point to all this? I mean, negative numbers are very useful in representing and solving problems. I mean, it was one of the greatest discoveries in mathematics behind zero, the use of the symbol zero and negative numbers. I mean,
there never was a zero, George.
Well, there is. We have a symbol zero to represent nothing.
But what is that in reality? What does that represent in reality?
What does it matter? I mean,
it doesn't represent anything in reality. That's the point. It's a magic trick. It's wizardry, George.
No, it's not a magic trick.
It is that you think you're holding a magic wand and you can control these numbers that don't exist. And you think you can just tell people that they do exist because you've got hold the power of maths.
No, I didn't say they exist. I said it's a very useful language to allow me to solve problems. One of the greatest discoveries,
that, George.
Well, you're interrupting. Is one of the greatest contributions to mathematics is when the Arabs put zero in the number system. And
the Arabs.
It was the Italians that added the negative numbers, and so I don't get what the point is to all this. Are you trying to say that we can't use math now to solve problems because certain elements within the number system don't exist in reality? Like you're saying a negative number doesn't exist in reality, therefore I shouldn't be using negative numbers in my mathematics?
I wouldn't put therefore. Don't put therefores that nobody else has put there, George. Do you want to lay out an argument with a therefore in it?
I'm trying to understand what's the purpose to this exercise.
It's just a statement, George. It's just a statement.
Okay, let's move on. There's no point to this. I don't see any point to it.
There is no point to it.
Am I breaking up?
Well, you've already just come back.
Well, when I break up, it's because I'm in a bad area. I'm driving.
Yeah.
Am I coming through good or no?
Okay at the moment.
Okay. Well, I think what George doesn't understand is that we're saying this because you're using math to say that you prove things that you haven't physically proven. You've only proven them through math. For example, gravity. And a lot of things. You're using your predictions through math, and you're using the math to prove those predictions, but it's not, you haven't proven.
It all happened in math, is I think what he's saying. It never happened in the real world.
See, what you're missing here is, say I have a mathematical model, I put certain parameters in, I want to know how is the system going to behave when I stress it this way, and I put the numbers in.
What's the model that you're working with?
Bev,
what's the model you're working with, though, George? Because nobody understands what you're talking about.
It's in a system. I can model any system I want.
Just show us, give us an example of it, and we can have a look at it.
You're doing it again to me, Bev.
I just like people to understand, George. You're talking about something theoretical within maths, I take it.
I'm trying to general systems. Right? If you want a particular system, let's say...
I can't
say, how is a bullet going to deform? How is a bullet going to deform when I shoot it into a medium, a fluid medium like water or oil? Okay, one of the parameters is to describe the type of mediums, whether it be the viscousness of water or the viscousness of oil. That's a parameter. Another parameter would be the speed of the bullet. Another parameter would be the deformation characteristics of the bullet. Okay.
You would experimentally test that.
Now, do you not want me? Yeah, you asked me for a specific. I'm trying to give you a specific, and now you're interrupting me again.
I can't hear you, George. Don't expect that everybody else will keep quiet. It's dead air. It sounds awful.
I'm sorry. Okay, I can't do anything about it. I've tried. All I can give you is I said if I stop speaking, I'll mute my microphone. If my microphone isn't muted, you know I'm speaking, whether it goes quiet or not. If it goes quiet, then, try it. I don't know how we're going to do this, but I'll try.
I take it I lost my signal because I was in the middle of saying something, and next thing I know, George is talking about something that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. Did I start roboting and go out?
Yeah, you cut off quite a bit yourself, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
What I was saying, Bev, is you wanted an example of a system in which making predictions is when I model a system, okay, an example of a system would be shooting a bullet into water or oil. That bullet has certain deformation characteristics. How that bullet deforms would depend on the characteristics of that medium, how viscous it is, how dense it is, and the speed with which the bullet, the angle in which I shoot it in the medium. I can put all these parameters into the equations that describe that system. And I can make a prediction as to how that bullet is going to deform. Now, you may or may not want to try to verify that. We could probably verify it in reality by carefully setting up an experiment, setting up a tank with water, oil, and having a rifle that we can measure the muzzle velocity, that bullet coming out of the muzzle at a certain angle incident on that medium, and check to see if the model predicts correctly what I actually find in reality. Now, I could stress this system by, say, maybe using a railgun where the velocity is 100 times greater than what I'd get out of a rifle shot, and predict how it's going to behave. Now, I may or may not be able to model that in reality using an actual railgun or having one that could shoot fast enough to give me a check on what at an extremely high velocity. Suppose the best I can do is a railgun that could shoot 27,000 feet per second. That bullet out. Well, what if I want to know how it's going to behave at 100,000 feet per second? Now, until I can build that railgun that would give me that sort of a muzzle velocity, I have to go with what the mathematics tells me. It can give me a prediction as to how that bullet's going to behave, how it's going to deform. Now, I may or may not be able to verify that in reality because I might not have the technology to build the equipment to check it. Just because I can't build that equipment today to build it doesn't mean that sometime in the future I cannot verify it. Sometime in the future I might be able to verify it if I can build the apparatus in order to check it. Just because the math gives me a prediction with certain parameters that I cannot necessarily reproduce in reality doesn't mean that that is not reality. It's just that I just don't have the technology to verify it today. But I might.
So George, sorry to cut you off, but you are going on. We get what you're saying. So you're saying it's not unless, in other words, you're saying if you come up with a mathematical formula, it's reality, even though you can't prove it until you build an apparatus. Is that kind of the gist of what you're saying?
Not exactly. I can come up with a mathematical model that I try to verify. We generally don't go with mathematical models that we can't verify. What we try to do is verify it at different levels, and that builds us up confidence. For example, I model something, and then with that, I introduce certain variables or parameters into the model to see what the result's going to be. Then I try to build a system with simple tests to give us confidence that the model is predicting correctly. Say I use lower velocities, I use different types and shapes of projectiles, and I see what the model tells me is going to happen, and I compare it to reality, and we just keep building our confidence level up to verify that the model is predicting correctly. Now, there might be at some stage where the model isn't predicting correctly, so I have to tweak the model a little bit to incorporate the new parameters and the new situation. But, we can never be 100% certain that a model is going to be correct in all situations. Yeah.
We get it. Bev has a point now. In relation to the gun, where do the negative numbers come in? Because you were talking about a gun, a barrel, a bullet. How do the negative numbers come in here?
They may not. Negative numbers don't have to appear. Negative numbers don't have to appear in every solution.
But that's our whole issue here, George. We were talking about negative apples and stuff like that, bro.
Again, I'm trying to understand where you're headed with this. I'm puzzled. What's this idea? You want to throw out negative numbers? You're saying we can't use them in mathematics? I don't get what your point is.
The point is you're relating negative numbers to the real world, and we're trying to tell you, I believe that's what Bev is trying to say here, that it doesn't relate to the... And I believe that's what the other gentleman was trying to tell you too. It doesn't relate to reality.
Okay. In your system and your belief system, you want to believe that? Okay, go with it. So what?
Give us an example, George, please.
What?
Give us an example.
I did. I said the negative numbers in the case of your apples just represents a deficit.
We went over that.
Okay.
They're not real.
Done. No, a deficit is real. It's very real that I owe you 3 apples.
It doesn't make those 3 apples real, does it?
If you get those apples, then if I get those apples, then I can give them to you.
Until they grow on the tree, they're not real, George.
Okay, fine.
Until they grow, right?
Okay, fine. All right.
They're just an idea, a fantasy. It's not. That's what we're trying to tell you.
So what? I don't get what your point is. This is very puzzling to me.
The difference between real and not real, George. That's what we're trying to get across to you. Do you understand there's a difference between something that is real and something that isn't real? Something that's not there and something that is physically there.
Okay, so what's your point?
Okay, in other words, George, can you do physics without a physical object?
Can I do physics without a physical? Yeah, sure. I can create thought experiments without real physical objects, sure.
No, bro, you can't. You can't. That's the disconnect here. That's where we disconnect.
No disconnect. No, I can create an imaginary spaceship that goes near the speed of light, and using Einstein's special relativity, figure out how it's going to appear to an observer in another ship going at half the speed of light. Even though I can't build it, I can, with that model and that mathematics, describe what's going to take.
I think you cut off that. Are you finished, George, or did you cut?
Did he say he could create an imaginary spaceship?
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what my next question would be. Yeah. Do you realize what you did there, George? You went into fantasy la la land.
Yeah.
I think you cut up.
Yeah. I don't get your point here. I mean, you're saying I can't use the mathematics.
He was talking about
exists today.
We're talking about physics, George.
Huh?
We were talking about physics being
Yes,
real,
you asked,
and you said
yeah.
you could create an imaginary spaceship.
Yes.
Physics.
How is that
Yeah.
real?
No, I was giving you an example of something that I can do using the concepts
How
of physics
is
to
it
tell me how.
real?
Okay, I'm going to leave. You're interrupting if that's what you want to do.
I'm just
It doesn't
bored with your
have to be
bullshit,
real.
George.
It doesn't have to be real.
I think
But
physics
that was the
does.
question put to you.
Do you not think
I can
physics
use
have?
physics will describe reality. It can also describe things that I cannot not observe in reality. It goes much beyond just reality.
Wow, George. I think you're showing a fundamental disconnect that we have here, and this is going to be hard within our communications as we go forward.
I'm sorry. I can use physics to describe reality, and I can use physics to describe things that I have not yet seen in reality.
Right. And is that the bit that when you can use physics to describe something that you haven't seen, is that the bit where you can tell people that they're stupid because they haven't imagined what you've already imagined? And you can have a greater conceptual intelligence because of your imagination.
I mean, as an electrical engineer, I do this all the time with circuit analysis. I can build a circuit without using actual physical electrical components and know exactly how it's going to behave. And then I can gather up those components, put them together, and find that the real world behavior agrees very closely with what my analysis told me just using electrical network theory.
Yeah, we did
I do
that.
this all the time.
We did it with our water level test as well, George. We drew it out, we theorized it, we tested it, and when we actually did it, that was the part that we actually did it, right? Up until that point, it was just all theoretical, right? The concepts and everything else. But when we actually did it, that was the physical part.
You've never verified or tried to falsify that your assumptions are correct.
I don't know what you just said.
In reality, you've just done it. You have never tried to falsify your water level test in reality.
He's just talking about the test,
using
George.
geometry.
I can't
You
hear
have
what you're
only
saying.
done it. Are you hearing me?
I heard a bit, yeah. What was it you said?
Okay.
We was just saying that there's a difference between imagining what's going to happen and actually doing a test physically.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Yes. And what your downfall is here, Beth, is the fact that you have never verified.
I don't know.
Inside
I just
your
heard
laser
that we had a
group.
downfall.
Okay. Well, I guess.
I just heard you just said your downfall is. And that's why you shouldn't do it. Or something like that. That's what it sounded like to me, Judge.
No, that's not what I said. Well, until I get a stable system, this probably isn't going to work because my audio obviously is horseshit.
It only seems to go when you're telling us something about reality.
Yeah, I got my reality filter on here, maybe.
Yeah, you're right there.
Okay, I'll just try one more time. Is what I was talking about, the downfall is that in your water level test, Beth, you have never
Oh, you've gone again, George.
Yeah, his reality filter's kicked in again, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not too sure you've actually understood what the test is, George. I mean, I don't think we've ever actually got a chance to show you what the test is.
Is I've watched your videos. I've heard you describe it on Jose's. I've heard you describe it on Brandon's. I know what your test is. The thing is again, you have never in reality tried to falsify your test.
How do you falsify a water level, George?
Why are you interrupting me?
I'm just asking you. You said we've never tried to falsify it.
You keep interjecting. This is why it takes so long. Why we never finish this.
Well, like I say, you keep saying we've never tried to falsify it. Now, doing the test would either prove or falsify the shared straight line segment. So, again, please, what are you talking about when you say we've never tried to falsify it?
Please don't interrupt me. You would have had the answer 2 minutes ago if you didn't interrupt.
If you'd have had a good mic, we might have had it, yeah.
What you need to do, see whether or not your assumption is valid or not, is you set up your water level and you have your riser tubes in the middle and you have the 2 riser tubes on the end. Say you have 5 tubes. You got a tube on each end and you've got 3 in the middle. What you have to do now is take a auto level, go to the first tube, say on the left-hand side, set up your auto level to sight the level of the water, the height of the water in that first tube, and you know that the auto level sets a horizontal. So you aim it down the line of your other tube to see if the water level in each of the other tubes line up with your horizontal. If they line up with the horizontal, then your assumption is correct.
We've already done that, George.
We have.
Yeah, we have. It was the first thing we did. The very first test we did. Why have you never listened? That isn't our test. Our test was to show a shared straight line segment.
Bev, over what distance? You got to realize, you have to realize that in order to verify if you have a shared horizontal, you have to have a water level long enough because the curve of the earth is ever so slight. 100 meters, 400 meters is not going to be enough for the accuracy of any given auto level that is, say, arc second capable. You're going to have unfortunately, the reality is you have to have an auto level probably at least a kilometer before you're going to be able to truly test if all the water levels in your risers are truly along the same straight horizontal line to see whether or not there's any deviation. 100 meters is not going to be enough.
It was our straight line, shared straight line segment test was to show a shared straight line segment.
Yes, and how did you verify that? What was the length of your
by having all of the points on the same line.
What was the length of your water level?
Mine was 400 meters and Spot On's water level was 400 meters.
Hold on. I got to take care of something with Con here real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm not so sure George still actually knows what the test is and why they want to inject an optical test that we have already done. That was the first thing we ever did. Can you remember that, DP? I think you were there, weren't you, when we were doing that one? We went onto the canal twice with the water level to check.
I was in the Discord for that one, wasn't I?
We tested the optics with the 100-meter water level and tested it as much as we can, and found out that yes, within the optical range of an auto level, even pushing it to 150 meters, the water level
You did that
was
in your back garden.
horizontal. No, we did, well, yeah, I was the first one, but we went out on the canal.
On the fence post as well in your back garden, no?
Mm. Yeah, but that's only short. That was 30 meters max, right? We did go out onto the canal, did 100 meters, sighted it from the middle, and then moved the auto level and moved it again into the 150 meters away. Still a horizontal line, but that's the range of the optics. You're out of the range of the optics there. You can't use it. That was when we decided you cannot use an auto level unless you're talking about differential leveling, which is fine, precise for an auto level. Over a 1 kilometer double run, it's 1 millimeter accurate, but these people don't think it establishes a horizontal, even though it does establish a horizontal. They just imagine it curves like they do with everything. I mean, it's not their fault. They've had a model rammed into their heads. Straight lines curve. So how are you going to prove a straight line themselves?
That's the part I always question. Is like, okay, if you gotta have the straight thing, and then say, look, the Earth's not is going away from it. They don't have that.
Yeah, he says we have to try and falsify the test. I mean, that's a water level. Like, how do you falsify a water level not being horizontal? You have to measure some part on it that slopes, that isn't horizontal. And you can't.
To falsify it, George wants to go back into the optics.
Yeah.
Well, it's just crazy.
You want to falsify that a water level isn't horizontal by using another tool that does establish a horizontal. That's based on the initial tool.
Okay, I'm back.
And uses a water level to establish. So like the theodolite or auto level uses the water in the spirit tubes to horizontalize itself, but then the water that's not in there is curving. That's always the funny one.
Okay, Bev. Now, there's a number of ways you could establish whether or not your water in your water level risers are all along a straight line horizontal.
George,
One way to do it.
A favour here, George. Just a quick one. Just a quick favour. Do not go into optics.
Pardon? In my what?
Do not go into optics.
Okay.
Do not try and falsify the water level optically.
There's one way. I mean, I can tell you without looking through lenses, but we always have to use our eyes. We always have optics in that sense.
Oh, George.
Yes.
Yeah.
How else are you going to compare? You have to be able to visually see things in order to compare. Are you not? How do you expect to compare anything without using visual observations?
Yeah, you can look at it, George, but don't use a tool that is designed for short distance optical measurements to try and use it over a longer distance than it's designed for. Please spare us that one.
This is going to be rather difficult to do, but in principle, you should be able to do it. Is what you would have to do in order to verify whether or not the water heights in all of your riser tubes in your water level that's 400 meters long. Say you have a total of 5 riser tubes, 1 on each end, 3 in the middle. They're all spaced 100 meters apart to give you a total length of 400 meters. Now, you fill up your water level so that you can see the heights of the water in each of the riser tubes. Now, you're going to have to compare that to a true horizontal. Well, what would you use as a true horizontal? Well, somehow you're going to have to build, say, a long, straight steel beam or a steel rule that you know is horizontal and put it at the level of the first water riser and at the last water riser at between the two ends, and then see if the water height in each of the middle tubes is lined up with that steel beam. That's the only way you're going to be able to do it without optics.
Right, can I just go over a method with you then, right? So you've got a water level. Let's theoreticize a mile, right? And you've got point A and point B. Now you're at point A. Where's the horizontal in relation to that A?
You've got a mile.
Yep.
The two ends you're designating A and B. The two ends.
Yep.
Okay. Now what you want your horizontal?
We're at A and we
Say
want. Sorry.
Okay.
We're at A and we want to establish the horizontal at A.
Okay. Well, the way you could do it is either with an auto level or a PM line.
Are you not certain of the numbers of your model?
I'm saying is one way to do it is get a precision plumb bob, hang it at A,
and precision then draw, plumb bob.
Yes, and then get a
calibrated. Have you had it calibrated? Is that why it's a precision?
You don't have to calibrate a plumb bob.
Why not?
Hangs precisely.
Why do you not have to calibrate a plumb bob?
Well, how do you calibrate? A plumb bob just hangs perpendicular to the earth.
Okay, like a water level is horizontal.
No, we're not talking about the water level. We're just talking about
we are talking about the water level. We're talking about establishing a horizontal with a water level.
You want to know how do I establish a horizontal at A, and I'm telling you how to do it.
Yeah.
You've got to hang a plumb bob and then sight a perpendicular to that vertical at A that the plumb establishes. That's your horizontal, perpendicular to a line on a plumb bob that's hanging at A. That's your horizontal at A.
But yeah, from A to B, I'm talking about a horizontal from A to B. It's a water level. Remember, you can't. There's no point having it in relation to just one end.
Well, that's what you just asked me.
Yeah, it's a water level. It's a water level job. It's a tool.
I can do the same thing.
You've got a water level. You had a water level going from A to B.
Please listen. Please listen. Okay, I've established my horizontal at A using a plumb bob. I can move now to B, do the same sort of thing. The same height up.
Yeah.
Hang a plumb bob. Establish a horizontal that's right angles to that. Now, my contention is that if you were to extend the two horizontals, extrapolate them out, say the horizontal you established at A over to B, and the horizontal that you established at B over to A, they will intersect. They will not be parallel. They will be tilted with respect to one another.
Okay, where will they intersect?
In the middle.
Okay, now if you extend that line from A all the way through the center to B, where would that be in relation to the water level at B?
It will shoot high.
How much high?
It will shoot high. That if you extend it,
give us a number.
I'm telling you, for a mile, it will shoot 8 inches above B.
Okay, and then the other way as well.
Exactly. They'll both
Right.
shoot
So
high.
in order to establish a horizontal with a water level, you would measure the distance, do a calculation, and then measure up from the water level, right?
Run that by me again. To do what?
You would get your water level, however long it is, like this is, like we've just said, rather than you dicking about with your plumb bobs or whatever, you would just measure the distance, 1 mile. You would go from A to B, you'd walk to B, and you would measure up 8 inches. And you'd go, that's where the horizontal is. Would that work?
Yeah, with respect to A, yes. That's where your horizontal would be. Yeah.
Okay. So that's how water levels work then. But then wait a minute, when you're at B, that's not where the horizontal is though, is it?
Not as far as B is concerned, no.
Oh, so at A and B you have 2 different horizontals.
Correct. Horizontals are only local to your position.
Only one of them being perpendicular to vertical at each point.
It's parallel to vertical, or establishes your vertical, both at A and B, but they're not parallel on the Earth.
No, I'm not saying, just saying the verticals. You would have 2 horizontals at point A and point B. One that's 8 inches above the water level, one at the water level. Now, only one of those horizontals would be perpendicular to the vertical at A and B, right?
No.
No.
The verticals at A and B are different. They're not parallel to one.
I didn't say anything about that. We're talking about the horizontals that are crossing the points. You can't have 2 different horizontals at one place on a vertical, did you say? Does sound a bit ridiculous now you say that, George. I mean, it sounds even more ridiculous because I'm guessing you would have a horizontal at a different height for however far away that water level was.
Yeah. Why are you interrupting me all the time now?
I didn't hear you talking, George.
I'm
Sorry,
telling you
were you
that
talking?
the horizontal at A and the horizontal at B are specific to those locations. Those horizontals are not the same. They are not parallel. You establish a horizontal at A by dropping a plumb blob.
Okay, how big can you make a horizontal?
See, again, you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You won't let me finish.
I know what you're saying, George. You're saying you drop a plumb bob. I know you can drop a plumb bob anywhere along that water level, and the horizontal will be perpendicular
to the plumb bob.
Yes, at any point all the way along that line.
Yeah, but you think those plumb bob lines, those verticals, are all going to be parallel?
I think the horizontal's a straight line, yeah. And the water level establishes that horizontal, which would make it exactly the same as what you're talking about, except my one makes sense.
No.
Because horizontal and vertical are always perpendicular.
I'm going to draw a little diagram for you. Maybe this will help you.
Go on then.
Okay, go ahead and talk. I'll get this done real quick.
Please try not to get upset with it. We don't want to hear Rumpus rubbing off on you with drawing and making mistakes. So yeah, the way I see it with the water level from A to B, it would be horizontal, and that would also make it every time you walked along it, anywhere you had a plumb bob, it would be perpendicular because the water surface would be horizontal, and the plumb bob would work all the way along the water level, no matter how long the water level was. That's just the way I understand reality.
Fine. You understand reality different than I do.
It seems like it, George.
No, not seems like it. It is.
Do you have sloping horizontals as well then, do you?
No.
Do you have curved horizontals?
Nope.
Like circular horizontals?
No.
Oh, well, I think you've got a bit of a geometric problem. I can't work out. Things like different horizontals. And even at the point in between where you had, even at the point in between when you had the two horizontals intersecting, if you were to drop a plumb bob there, would that horizontal be, or would you have another horizontal in the middle?
Yep.
So right at the middle of where a water level is, at the midpoint, there are 3 different horizontals at different angles.
No, not at the midpoint. I'm telling you, horizontal is location specific. You only have one horizontal at any given place.
But you said that they would intersect at the center.
If you extend them. The horizontal only has meaning at the place where you're establishing your horizontal by dropping the plumb line.
How long?
Now, if you want to extend, now, if you want to extend that horizontal line out, that is not going to be the horizontal or the same point where you extend it. It's going to have a different horizontal. All you're doing is extending your horizontal from a given place on the Earth to somewhere else on the Earth, but somewhere else on the Earth does not have that horizontal.
Isn't that what an auto level does, though?
No. The auto level shoots a straight line horizontal from a given point.
It's horizontal, though, right?
Horizontal, but that is not the horizontal for another point. If you move the auto level and shot back, say you've got A and B.
No, George. When you are measuring with the measuring rod,
will you please let me explain?
You're measuring at the end.
Real quick. If you have an auto level, you have 2 points, let's say a mile apart, A and B.
No, George, when you are using an auto level, George, I've got to clarify with this, George. I think you're not really understanding. I don't know why you're doing this, George. Can you are you going to go? Yeah. It's because there is an auto level, right? And when you have an auto level, you have to measure the measuring rod, which is at a different point than what he says the horizontal is. So an auto level cannot establish a horizontal like George wants to talk about it.
So in differential leveling, they're no longer transferring same horizontal anymore. That's not a thing now, I guess.
Horizontal at a point, it's here. They just don't realise it's bendizontal. Like they've been pushed back to a point of the horizontal. It doesn't exist anymore.
He never used to say that. Like he used to say that they were transferring a horizontal.
It's because the geometric argument. He's just now coming round to the understanding of a horizontal within the geometric argument. No wonder he's struggling. He would have gone on with that argument round and round and round, horizontal at a point. 4 hours 15. Anyone want to do any closing remarks? Particularly anybody that's not spoke up or anything. I mean, how...
I didn't get my question in. I'm going back on mute.
Next time.
I'm just at a loss for words that intersecting horizontals.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting to me that when you were trying to lead him with the negative numbers, he was arguing about anything but the point that those negative numbers don't exist in reality. So you can make all this math, you model, you can say it does all these things, but if you can't demonstrate it, then it's just math.
Yeah, and it's just used to beat people that go, it's not there, it's not real. And
Your
George...
analogy of the wand was good. That, yeah, he does. He literally thinks he's got a magic wand that they can just create these equations, and if their equations match up with their predictions, then whatever the explanation they've thought of is true.
Well, you always test stuff. This is the thing in reality that he was going on about bullets and stuff. Well, they've tested that. They know what happens. They know how much penetration goes. They know the rifling and how fast it makes the bullet go, how straight it makes it. They know all of that. They've tested it. That's where the numbers come from that George uses to make his predictions. It's all
numbers from observing reality.
Well, you can get like a penetration depth, right? You can measure a distance from a horizontal. You can turn it into numbers and then turn that back into a line drawing at the end to represent what you're looking at.
Yeah, they'll say it takes this nanoseconds for the bullet to reach here and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Put this amount of gunpowder in or whatever your explosive, right? Your fire, your force, whatever. You put that in at one end and see the results at the other end.
That makes me think of their speed of light thing. Like, they have their equation for that, but they don't know the one-way speed, so they don't actually know, it could go that speed 99% of the time and then go a different speed, the 1% back. It's just because their math works, they say, this is the speed, so that's what it is.
Yeah. You've got a group of people who have been used to overpowering everybody now that have been exposed as not being able to live in reality. I mean, George even says, right, we live in a different reality, so there should be no need for us to converse with them. I don't think.
Well, when you ask them, can you do physics without a physical object, and they say yes, well, right there, I mean,
yeah. What did he say?
Yeah, they think as long as their math is about a physical object.
That's right, Paige, yeah. As long as the math, he said something like that, right?
Yeah, as long as the math is about a physical object, then it's physics.
But it has to be measured and everything physically first. Like, George misses out on that whole entire concept.
That's where the disconnect starts, right there.
Yeah, he just owes it to you. Yeah, no, we'll just agree that I owe it to you. So I'll just owe you some logic later down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, he's like, oh, I know the weight of one apple, therefore I'll know the weight of a billion apples. I'm like, no, you got to get a billion apples first and then weigh them. You can't just say, oh, anything possible in the world I could know just by knowing a slash of what it actually is. Yeah, it's crazy.
I can't get over the fact that somebody gets a water level, a tool, and what they do is they establish a horizontal at one end and a horizontal at the other end. I mean, what's the purpose of the tool?
So those horizontals, they would agree that you could extend them indefinitely, wouldn't they?
Well, you can.
That's why they
extend a straight
intersect.
line. Yeah, that's why he said they intersect.
So eventually those two horizontals end up crossing over the vertical of the other auto level. So you've got two horizontals with one vertical at both, but horizontal and vertical are always perpendicular.
Yeah.
So how do they have that horizontal plane extended, intersecting with the vertical, but it's now tilted, so it's not perpendicular? Like there,
it's the
They move
mathematical
space,
problem,
right?
the mathematical
they turn
problem
space.
of extending a
yes, they
line.
turn space, yes. Yes, they just reorientate themselves and go. See, they can't do it both at the same time. They have to do one at a time, reorientate the ball, then think about the next one. They can't think about it all together.
It's at a point, right? Whenever you get into that conversation and we point out to him so they intersect in the center, well, that you've got two horizontals there. If you put a vertical at that position, you've got two horizontals that are shorten the horizontal. Shorter and shorter and shorter, to the point that there isn't a horizontal anymore. That's what their model dictates. There's no length to a horizontal in their model.
I was just going to say that also one of the tricks that they use real quick, that they confuse, and they do it like kind of sly too. They confuse horizontal with tangent. They just kind of insert a tangent for horizontal when they're talking about it. So they, like, if you don't catch them on it, they'll just run with it.
Yeah, whatever angle that tangent is, it doesn't matter.
No, but I mean, they'll say that a horizontal is a straight line, but they'll say that it's a tangent. So they automatically just presuppose curvature without proving it by just assertion. If that makes sense.
Yep, begging the question. It's their favorite.
How many times did he leave today? 4? Is this the 4th time?
4th time today, yeah. 4 hours, though. I mean, 1 an hour. That's not bad.
Yeah.
One rage quit an hour. I mean, what keeps
George
him
Rage
coming
quit
back?
again?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He doesn't like it when people, like, disagree with him. Like, we're talking about a water level and... I don't know, like, there's only so much gaslighting you can take before you have to stop it.
Yeah, I think you let it go for a lot longer than most people would. You know, he's a very difficult person to talk to. He makes it difficult to talk to him.
Almost turned into God's scalpel today.
Threats? Sorry.
No, what I said was almost turned into God.
The heck's that supposed to mean?
Oh shit! Yeah, he's still here.
You mean you almost got good looking today and smart? Is that what you're trying to say?
Look at this guy here. Look at this guy. You think you're cute?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back on mute.
Yeah, good idea.
You forget, Gold, I've got a picture of you.
Does anybody think that George actually got what he wanted out of tonight? I mean, he obviously came here looking for something before he ended the recording. Like,
attention. That's all he was looking for.
Do you think he got... I don't think so. I think there was a problem he had to fix, but I don't think he actually got there. I don't think he knows what that problem is to start off with. Don't think he knows what the problem is, and I don't think he knows how to remedy the problem. when he finds
But he sure
it.
knows there is one.
That's why he keeps coming back, because he knows there's a problem.
Well, I keep telling him in messages.
Exactly.
I've told him this is a geometric problem that he can't solve, and it's not of my occurring, right? It's just, he'd be better just trying to forget about it, really. Because it'll drive people crazy.
Yeah, if it bothers him this much. It does seem to really bother him.
Yeah. Yeah, take a break.
Model. It's the model. It compels you. I have to defend it.
Yeah, model afflicted.
If you enjoyed the content, please support On the Level and future projects. Membership subscriptions available now, or come and get involved at Next Level Discord server. Thank you.